could run New World off my drive. I should install it. Sync the clients. Hells yeah. Oh, what's happening here? Is it me? No. I love X4. It's such a good game. Look at this cool sci-fi shit going on. Like, what's happening here? Let's lock it. Wait, no, go back. Go back to that thing we were watching. What? Oh. How do you... Oh, yeah, you can, like... What the hell? Anyways. Oh, I disconnected. Okay. Oh, I was going to scoop the litter box while it logs in. I'll be right back. All right, let's get that thing. All right, well, let's dump that. The other one. Yeah, and use it. Manage to put like this. Yeah, maybe that would work. Let's see. If cheaper to use these bags. Can I do this? Let's see. Yeah, we can do this. So, all the way down, right? Yeah, like that. And then can lighter. Oh yeah, get me in the queue if I'm not in the queue. Go, 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 go. This game's popular. Oh good, no queue. That sound. Anyways. Good kitty, good kitty. Okay. And look at all this hyssop all around. I'll sing a song. I hope this sap is worth a lot. Fucking deer. Is it an actual rock? No, it's too big, huh? Hey! Doing okay, kitty? What's wrong? What's on your mind, kitty? I'm here. I'm paying attention to you. Oh, poor kitty. What's up your kitty butt? Oh, yep. Oh, no, you don't like that? You should go outside while there's still a day. I'm kicking you out. You are too restless to be in the house. You go outside now. Go. Yep. Little ornery kitty. I tried to kick her out like an hour ago, and she was like, no, I think I'll probably stay in. It's too cold. And I'm like, I don't know. You're kind of ornery. You better get out there. She likes going out there. It's kind of like she's a junkie. She likes being outside, but then the elements sort of force her back inside. So then she's trying to get back outside again, just like a junkie trying to get their fix. And so, but she's also like, it's cold out there. Like the hit's not so good today or whatever, right? And so she holds back and she's like, I'll stay inside where it's warm and I don't have to worry or anything. But then in the end, she's like, no, I need my fix too bad. Let me out. And it's so annoying. It's like junkie behavior. And I know it very well. I know when to give into it, when not to give into it. Like, it's weird. But she is addicted to going outdoors, and it's hilarious. Like, she really likes being outdoors, and poor little half feral kitty. It's just her comfort level. You know, she'd rather be out there. It's cold out there right now. It's like, I mean, it's not that cold, but it's like 60 degrees. I mean, that's not that. It's cold, but it's mainly damp. Oh, I went the wrong way. Oops. Let's see. We are here. I am here trying to kill placeholder flies to maybe get an emperor spawn. Although I don't know if we can kill that. I don't know. What level is that? It's like 35 or something. Probably with a team, I probably can kill it. Especially if I heal. It's interesting. I don't have to nuke, but I can. I'm pretty much like a healer. It would be cool to sub core, maybe like scholar core, some weird fucking thing where I can shoot a gun or something. I don't know if it would let me. It won't let me shoot a gun with a core sub, but yeah, maybe a bard sub or something where I run peon all the time. I don't know. There's like other things I could do. Not the game's not really like good for that. What are these? They are EMs. That's good. Yeah, I came to the right spot. We'll try and get an Emperor's hairband out of this. I didn't get a leaping boost when I tried, but maybe I can get a hairband. Or hairpin, I mean. So... I'll just kill things. I don't really care. Shouldn't I have thunder? Oh, I do. There we go, thunder. Oh, damn, I cast thunder so fast.
Your skill has increased.
Oh, I don't have signet. Yeah. I mean, tomato juice is good, yeah. I don't mind tomato juice, yeah. Take it. Let's see who's doing the region. Oh, we do own Zolkheim. Nice. I can just go get Signet right over here. Yay. So run over there. I believe I want to put New World on my drive. So, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe not. Gotta wash my breakfast dish. I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. They're going to Merc. I might go to Merc. Gonna get this teleportal though. Can I just auto run on the road? Will you steer me? See what it does. You can take New World, take swings at single player games like Elden Ring. Like Elden Ring doesn't have farming. They thought that probably the best thing about Witcher 3 was riding down the roads on the horse, so they stole that. Now I don't feel like I ever need to play another Witcher game. Let's go see what's over here. Well, I don't know. I want to go to Merc. Never mind. I'm going to go... Why is this on me? Oh, they popped that one before I could get there. Damn it. No, wait. I think I can still loot the chest. And that's what matters. I didn't have to do any of the work. Nice. Never mind. I don't get the portal clear, but I get the loot at least, and that's good. That's part of it. I get umbral shards, and that's what matters. I don't like the auto healing. I need to fix it. These are the right settings. It's running really well. Looks so cool. hours. I'm on cooldown here. I don't know. I opened delete chests, so I don't know. I love seeing those green numbers fly. I missed it so bad. I don't need to run the rest of this. I'm just going to leave. Right, that's all the portals, right? Yeah, that's all the portals. So I leave now. Okay, let's get Signet. I want to see what happens if I pull Oasis. It's a good question. I don't remember.
Hello? That's enough chitter chatter. Let's get to the info. I know you're ready to give PvP a go. Just sit back. Everyone. First things first, if you're wondering what the PvP reward track even is,
think I want to make my UI bigger. I made it too small. I do a small couple of changes. What is that? That's game, like the HUD size. I didn't know how much HUD size affected yeah, HUD scale. I didn't know how much HUD scale affected chat, so we're gonna go back to 100. And then I will re-edit the UI. To fix... Oh, cool, you can move it around. That's good. So I want to move that around. I want to bring that here. Or, well, I don't know. I want to bring it, like, here. Now, this stuff went way over here, and that's no good. I want that and that. All of it stayed on the screen, though, however, which is good. Sometimes that can be a problem. We can move this down and over a little bit. And make, well, it is a bit big, but yeah, like, I don't know, it doesn't need to be that big. I think it could be scale. There we go. It could be a little bigger, like 160s. Yeah, 160, something like that. Then healing target, status effects, and then yeah, that's everything, right? Yeah, I think so. That's actually everything. Oh no, this is useful, but I don't really use it very much, so I'm just going to put it there so I have the information when I need it. But the heart gem, yeah, will go higher, and the consumables will go lower. And I believe that's everything. Yep, I wanna save, and yeah, better. Now I can read the chat, and it's still blocked by my camera, and oops. Get this to drain. Can't though. Trying to wedge it up against something so it'll stand. There we go. No, that's not gonna work, is it? I don't know. Maybe I can remove this and stand it on that. That might work. Okay. Now,
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
No, I like campaign-related data, but messages from alter egos. Yeah, but this not. Yeah, I turned it off like in the chat, but. Oh, I need to go get my key.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
A completely missing texture for a number of seconds before it gradually loads in.
The balcony of that window is just the texture.
I'm walking around the same city for the 100th time, and I'm just constantly reminded of how it looks.
I can't in good faith recommend anybody buy this game.
Now, I understand that the market right now for video games is pretty rough. That's one of the main reasons why video games that are free will always be more popular than anything else. I mean, I'm sure many of you would rather be playing Fortnite or Roblox as opposed to Family Guy the video game on the original Xbox. And I could never think of a more expensive video game franchise than Pokemon. I get it, a lot of games that you probably play, they've got the microtransactions, but Pokemon, I will never understand. They will release the most mid-entries imaginable that barely run. They look like a PowerPoint presentation, but still the community will lap it up. And at the time of recording, a new Pokemon game is coming out, and it's apparently the most expensive Pokemon game to date. I'll be honest, to any of you that own like a Switch or a Switch 2, I genuinely feel sorry for you. You will have a game that is 7 years old, and they will still charge you $50 for it. I mean, about a year ago, news actually broke out regarding the Switch 2 that some of the games on there could cost upwards of $80. And then for a physical version, for the 7 people that still care about that, it'd be $90. That is on top of buying a console that is £400. And then also not to include as well the online membership, which is around £18 a year, although that as well can go up to upwards of £60. And look, I get it, all right? The console market, it's absolutely washed. Honestly, if you want to blame anyone right now, you blame Microsoft. Because Microsoft were the first people to invent Xbox Live, a paid online service to, talk to more people, game with more people. And then Sony saw that it was normalized, they copied it, and Nintendo obviously followed suit. But I am going to leave Xbox out of this video, mostly because they have no games. They have negative games. They remove games from the library. I always make this joke that, PS5 has no games. Xbox has negative games. Now, I'm sure you've already seen the critical video where he said that he's outright refusing to buy the new Pokemon game, which is ZA. And if you want to buy that game on the Switch, it is £60. And already there is a £30 DLC for the game. And keep in mind as well, this is a game that will take you around like 20 hours to complete. And that number is taken from professional gaming journalists like IGN, so it's probably a bit less than that. And the thing is as well, technically,
I'm
this
dead?
isn't even a
Why am I
mainline
dead? Oh,
Pokemon
a
entry.
goblin.
It's kind
Okay.
of a spin-off, if anything. Like, could you imagine? Okay, so GTA 6, right? That's going to cost all of us a lot of money. You're still going to buy it. You're probably going to buy it on console, and then you're going to buy it on PC 2 years later, you degenerate. But could you imagine instead if Rockstar, instead of announcing GTA 6, they announced like GTA Chinatown Wars 2, that game that was on the DS, and then they're charging you £60 for it? Now, for such an egregiously expensive game, you would think, okay, wait a minute. Surely the game itself is actually good. Well, at the minute, I've seen from the public consensus that there is no way in hell I'm dropping upwards of £500 to play a Pokemon game. I mean, honestly, at this point, it's part and parcel with Pokemon games. Choppy frame rate, the camera staggering very frequently, and even like playing some moves in battle just causes the frames to absolutely dip. Now, from what I've seen, they've actually changed the battle mechanics, which do look, to be fair, a lot better than the original turn-based system that's been running since, like, I don't know, the 90s. Instead of using PP, that's the actual name, by the way, I'm sure no correlation to prestige points in Dead Rising. But instead of that system, they now have a cooldown system. If anything, this reminds me of the combat system from Ni no Kuni, Wrath of the White Witch. Unironically, has a much better take on creatures battling each other than Pokemon ever did. I mean,
Oh,
let's be
really?
real, do Pokemon even need to try anymore? Do Game Freak even need to try? No, because Pokemon is now more popular than ever, thanks to scalpers that will go into any kind of supermarket and buy every single new release deck, sit on it, and hoping they can make $5 profit in 20 years. Now, with that positive thing said, which is not really that positive to be fair, people are saying the gameplay is just, it's boring. And I get it, you've got this franchise where people go out in the woods and they throw a funny ball and they catch the funny animal, and there's not really too many variations you can do on that. But again, compared to previous games, there is little to no change in how, for example, you traverse the world. Now, the game itself, like any open world Bethesda sandbox, is littered with like the most boring side quests imaginable. And I think it's very safe to say here, if this wasn't a Pokemon game, no one would care. No one would buy this. It is basically a game that is just sat entirely on the Pokemon brand. Now, a lot of worries the Nintendo community had when the game was announced, apart from realizing that they might have to lease their house just to buy a Switch 2, was the fact that Pokemon ZA basically only seems to really take place inside one single city. This is Lumio City, and honestly, I mean, I don't really see that much of a problem with it. I mean, a great example here, right, is a game I've been sweating recently, Dying Like the Beast. I know that's nothing compared to Pokemon, like, at all. But in that game, there was only really one town, and it was incredibly small. It was densely packed. There was a lot to do, a lot of side content, but it was small. And then I kind of thought to myself, where's the biggest city? Where's, like, the parkour? But that wasn't the point of Dying Like the Beast. It was basically trying to replicate Dying Like the Following, the DLC of the original game, where that was more vehicle-based, and also it was kind of more like open plains areas. And honestly, Dying Like the Beast was an amazing game. Dying Light 1, I love. The Beast, I love. Dying Light 2, I honestly never got around to finishing that game. Apparently, most people never did as well. But again, if you have smaller environments that are more kind of compact and there's more going on, that's not really a bad thing. Okay, here's another example I can think of, right? Fear and Hunger, right? It's got a sequel called Fear and Hunger Termina. And that takes place mostly within this city called Prehiville. But the differences between Termina and the new Pokemon game is the city of Luminos is not interesting to explore at all. Now, I get it, comparing Fear and Hunger and Pokemon, it sounds like a bit of a cope. It definitely is a cope. I'm just trying to somehow shoehorn this into the video. But a good example with Luminos is pretty much all the buildings. You can't really go into any of them. And for a city that wipes
Oh, no, I'm
out a
so
good
cool now.
95% of the exploration, again, in Fear and Hunger Termina, in Dying Like the Beast, I get it. They are not the same games at all, but they still had like very kind of small, compact towns, and there was so much to do in those areas. They weren't just empty buildings for the sake of it. Now, they do have these small areas in the new Pokemon game called Wild Zones, and players can explore those if they want like a break from the city. But again, these areas are incredibly small, and there's really not much going on there. According to one player as well, you can actually run around the circumference of the entire map in less than 7 minutes. Again, I'm not trying to make the argument that because the game isn't bigger, more inflated, you could say, that it's bad. I mean, I prefer much more kind of like linear, tight, compact experiences, but it's like you've got the worst of both worlds. You've got a small area and there's nothing to do there. And so what you're left with is the main city where like nothing happens. I mean, you can see footage here. Like there is zero exploration to be done here. And this isn't me like attacking the art style or anything. I get it. You know, it's a Pokemon game. So the graphics are just meh. It looks like a game that was released in 2014 or a like very high-end mobile game. But again, there is such a lack of depth in the world here. I mean, everything here just looks incredibly flat and boring. Now, I did also see some people attack Game Freak for having yet another Pokemon game with no voice acting. But honestly, I think that's just standard at this point. It's the same as like the Zelda games. They'll have like, you know, 7 lines of spoken dialogue in the entire game. I mean, it's one of the reasons why, for example, Fortnite is so successful. Most of their trailers have no voice acting because, again, you'll need to regionalize it to English, Spanish, Chinese. Like there's so many different languages, and that's so like that takes an incredible amount of time and money. So that's why, you know, the meta right now, if you want your game to be successful, have characters that say absolutely nothing or just text appears on screen. Another thing I've seen a lot of people complain about is the story. Again, if you're paying £60 for a Pokemon game's lore and story, that's kind of on you. I have never seen anyone break down Pokemon's lore and find anything remotely interesting there. I mean, honestly, what they should do at this point is make a Pokemon game where you're sat in a shopping center fighting off scalpers. That would have some amazing lore. You know, in every Pokemon game, you play some random trainer that wants to collect all the badges, or he's got like a family member or a friend that he has a competition with. They also might want to stop any kind of like bad team, some kind of offshoot of Team Rocket that wants to, you know, stop the Pokemon and or control them and then become the king of the Pokemon, you know, whatever. Honestly, out of anything I've seen, the deepest lore I've ever seen in the Pokemon franchise is probably the Pokemon movie with Mewtwo in it. Again, it's never been like the most cutting-edge narrative in gaming. It's usually a very basic story, so they can push copies that teaches, you know, about like the importance of friendship or like perseverance. But in Pokemon Legends ZA, this could not be further from the truth. So there isn't an insane amount of coverage on the story so far, but from what I gathered, you're basically working for like a loan shark syndicate to pay off your debt. And this debt was placed on your leader through pretty much scamming people. It was also added as well that this debt apparently has an interest
Energizing
of
travel rash.
1,000% a week. So basically any American healthcare imaginable. And to pay it off, you basically give up your life for them to work with them for an unspecified amount of time. Now, before you type in the comments, I get it. You know, Pokemon has had some pretty bad villains before, but apparently these are the good guys now. I mean, to be fair, let's be real. Like having Nintendo design debt collectors to be the good guys, that's definitely some dramatic irony there. I know I've gone on this rant before, but if anything, it reminds me of when Nintendo tried to start this bizarre.
There, I'm
MCN
finally
where,
30.
Like, if you play
Oh,
their
thank God.
games, they would like claim your videos even though you're basically giving them free promotion, and you'd have to join like a Nintendo program to get like a slither of that ad revenue back from a game that you covered. I mean, I've made this point before, but for example, Video Game Donkey, who's Nintendo's biggest gobbler, like even he was like copyright claimed by Nintendo when he was like covering Super Mario Odyssey years ago, just because he wasn't part of that program. Thankfully, that program now, it was shut down, put into cold storage.
I'm gonna buy a
It's
house
terrible idea.
in
I think
CK.
the biggest problem with this new Pokemon game being so like painfully mid and just acceptable at best is like It's not like they've had a good track record of these amazing games, and this is the big flopper. This is just like part and parcel for normal Pokemon now. Now, allow me to do something incredibly embarrassing here and unleash my inner unk, but back in my day, when they had Pokemon on the Game Boy Advance or the Game Boy SP with the little flip screen,
20,000.
back then, Pokemon was peak. You know, even back then as well, you had like the anime, you had the films, obviously the trading cards. We still have the trading cards, but they're mostly owned by scalpers now. And at that point, they could basically get away with selling like 2 or 3 versions of the exact same game. Like the original games that I played as a kid. You had like Pokemon Red, Blue, Green. And they pretty much were the same game. It was just like the starting Pokemon was different. That was it. But because the games were so good back then and they stood out so much, some people would sweat it and they would buy every single version. And then on top of that as well, like I mentioned with the colored versions, you had like Blue, which, had like bug fixes and stuff and actually improved on the original games. Mostly because back then you didn't really have like, day one patches that are 60 gigabytes. And Pokemon itself is an enormous, like, monolithic brand at the minute. But unfortunately, it does seem, especially in the games department, they've got incredibly just complicit and just very lazy.
Oh, this one
with
has
their
a second
games.
story.
The amount of times
Cool.
I've seen someone play any kind of Pokemon game on the Switch and it just runs at like 7 frames a second. I mean, for example, going back to Scarlet and Violet, that was a buggy mess on release. A lot of fans also felt let down by Pokemon Sword and Shield. But there were other games like Sun and Moon, which had kind of a mixed reception, but generally more positive. Meaning that the last mainline Pokemon game entry that was actually loved came out in 2016, nearly 10 years ago. There's even a large chunk of the fan base that think that Pokemon just entirely fell off when they transitioned from 2D games to 3D games. And that was all the way back in 2013. Now, I do have to admit the elephant in the room. A lot of people that don't like Pokemon at the minute, they are a mix of Redditors and nostalgia merchants. The new thing is le bad, because I did not grow up with that. Old thing good, new thing le bad. And I do understand that argument. Unfortunately, like, it has kind of infected my opinions on certain things as well. But these criticisms towards the mainline Pokemon games, they don't always come from just complete blind nostalgia. I mean, for example, like graphically, I know graphics aren't really a big thing with games. Like, if they're enjoyable, it's fine. But the graphics have been consistently ugly and outdated in recent years. And you can't even cope saying that it's like running on a Nintendo Switch, which I guess has like less processing power than most mainline consoles and a PC. Because if you apply that cope, you'll see games like Zelda, Breath of the Wild, or Tears of the Kingdom, and those were games that ran on the Switch, not at the best frame rate imaginable, but they still looked really good because they actually had a good, consistent style there. I mean, why do you think now there's been a huge resurgence in the indie scene of people that are just like playing, PS1 graphics games? Because, like, there is nostalgia there, but it's been stylized enough to actually look good without having to use Unreal Engine 5 again. And you play the game for 7 minutes and it crashes 9 times. I mean, you are always going to have this problem where it's like, if people buy a product, the people that make the product will not see anything wrong with it and they'll just keep producing it. And that's the problem at the minute. I'm not going to, sit on my expensive Herman Miller chair, sat here and tell you, do not buy the new Pokemon game. Do not do it. I mean, if you enjoy Pokemon, sure, power to you. But personally, I cannot see that as a game that is worth spending £60 on in any capacity. I mean, a great example here is actually the post-game of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, or the, complete lack of it. A lot of people want to buy a game, they want to beat it, and then they want to keep playing the game. It's not like you just paid £60 and then you've been like, okay, that's it. I just wait now for the new Pokemon game to come out. A lot of people do sweat games once they complete it, either doing like a new game on a harder difficulty, or I guess like a new game plus mode, which has become incredibly popular in the past 10 years. I mean, for example, you've got like Pokemon Gold and Silver, and once you beat the Elite Four and became Pokemon Master, you can then go back to Kanto, which is the region that the first game is set in. And then you can beat all the gyms from the first game, but now they're actually scaled up to face you on a higher level. Again, like kind of rewarding you with a bigger challenge. You can refight the Elite Four of the first game and then even go ahead and fight Red, who is actually your character from the very first game. But post-game now seems to be just battling other people, catching Pokemon. Great, I get to sit in a field and wait 5 hours for a shiny Pokemon to appear so I can show 5 people on my Discord server. I'm going to make a very brave statement here, okay? When slop is slop, unsurprisingly, it's slop. No one cares.
I'm gonna buy
I mean, a
trophies.
great example, War of the Worlds.
I'm down to
That
70K.
film, oh my god, that was absolute slop. But that was like funny slop. That wasn't like a franchise that people cared about for decades and they grew up with, and then they felt betrayed when it was just absolutely abysmal. So yeah, I'd like to thank you for coming to my TED Talk. If any of you think I'm a grifter and a fake Pokemon fan, I actually have a PSA 10 Guzzlord that I bought for $20. So now you know. Now you know.
What you see here is quite possibly the most iconic lineup for a comedy festival in history, but there is a dark side to this event that cannot be ignored. Dave Chappelle, Kevin Hart, Bill Burr, Louis C.K., Tom Segura, Andrew Schultz are just a few of the over 50 comedians who hit the stage. But now many are accusing them of taking blood money from a government trying to cleanse its brutal history.
The House of Saud is paying us hundreds of thousands of dollars, some of us millions. Get over it. We're taking the money. How about that? How about that? So what? They have slaves. So what? Get over it.
The festival took place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, a country that is known for its free speech violations, restriction of the press, unfair elections, slavery, and its system of Sharia law, which represses the rights of women and other minorities within the country. If any of these laws are violated, individuals have their day in court with no implementation of case law, no standard criminal code, and are not considered innocent until proven guilty. If found guilty, they risk being put to death, even for non-violent crimes like adultery and drug smuggling. If they manage to avoid the death penalty, prisoners are still subjected to unspeakable torture and inhumane living conditions while in prison, where they are beaten and denied medical services. So countless comedians taking a massive paycheck to perform for a regime with one of the worst human rights records on earth sparked outrage across the comedy world. Some apologized, some are fighting back, and some are staying strategically silent. And today we're going to discuss them all. But one of the most surprising performers who took the Saudi money was Pete Davidson, considering his father was a firefighter who died during the 9/11 attacks on America. The Saudi government has long been accused of playing part in the tragedy for a plethora of reasons, such as 15 out of the 19 hijackers being of Saudi national origin, the Saudi Arabian government allegedly funding Al-Qaeda, as well as Osama bin Laden's ties to the country. While there are a million conspiracies as to who was responsible for the attack on the World Trade Center, it does seem a little odd that Pete would ignore their potential involvement. Does Pete Davidson know he's performing for the people who killed his dad? It turns out Pete was fully aware of the implications that came with performing in Saudi Arabia, but when he saw the potential payout, he simply didn't care.
What I've heard, dude, is at that Riyadh festival is that, you know, there's a lot of people that say people are getting paid by this Middle Eastern money and that they can say this or they can't say that, or that they're over there, they're going to try to influence you guys in order to speak certain ways. Are you part of that conspiracy theory, or is that nothing you're on?
I've heard there's subreddits of, like, I think all these people are in bed with that. I get the routing and then I see the number and I go, I'll go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not caring and taking the money was also the mindset of Tim Dillon. Ironically, this is also what got him removed from the festival. Tim has been very open about his fascination for gaining money and power, and he even directly admitted that he could be bought by any entity or government agency if the price was right.
Oh, Tim Dillon's in LA. He's going to sell out. Yes, correct. Correct. I'm here and I have my asshole gaping wide open for a multinational corporation to mount me and me.
So when he told everyone that he was taking the Saudi money, nobody was surprised. It's exactly what they expected.
I think it's very exciting that we're all going to Riyadh, and I know that people are very upset about it. They're angry that comedians are going to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Get over it. Get over it. We're going to Riyadh. The House of Saud is paying us hundreds of thousands of dollars, some of us millions, not me, but they're paying millions of dollars to comedians. What's your problem? Well, they have slaves, then they... Hey, get over it.
Now, some people believe it's
Your
messed
skill
up
has
that Tim is
increased.
showing disregard for serious human rights violations
Your
and
skill
is
has
directly
increased.
saying that his personal financial gain is more important. Then again, he is being
Your
brutally
skill has
honest.
increased.
Most comedy fans had already come to the conclusion that these comedians have chosen money over morals. At
skill
least
has
Tim was
increased.
willing to admit it. Ironically, him defending the Saudis is what actually got him removed from the lineup entirely.
But he called me and he said, they heard
Your
what you
skill
said
has
about
increased.
them having slaves. And I said, I was being positive about it. I was defending them.
Your skill
He goes,
has
well, I
increased.
know that. I know you were defending them. I said, I was defending
skill has
them for
increased.
having slaves. I literally said slaves are probably hard workers and, for the most part, agreeable. But they didn't like that.
Agreeable.
The same government he was making excuses for silenced him when he stepped out of line, perfectly illustrating why so many critics accuse the festival of being hypocritical in the first place. It's
These
almost
people are kind of
poetic.
scummy
A
in
comedian
general
defending
anyways.
a government known for suppressing free speech ends up being silenced by that same government. However, not every comedian just turned a blind eye and took the money. But real quick, I want to talk about one of the most disturbing industries in America again, data brokers. One of the biggest data brokers is Spokio, and they claim to be selling a staggering amount of our personal information. These data broker companies' entire business model is collecting your personal info and selling it to anyone willing to pay. They provide reports like this that have information about you, including your contact info, address, your relatives, and maybe even what car you drive. This stuff isn't just floating around by accident, it's being packaged, indexed, and sold legally right now. It's scary how easily this information can be found, and I'm not okay with it, and you shouldn't be either. Thankfully, the sponsor of today's video, Aura, makes it easy to fight back. Aura finds the data brokers exposing your info and automatically sends opt-out requests to get it taken down. You don't need to fill out dozens of forms because Aura handles it for you. Aura also monitors the dark web, alerts you if someone's trying to use your info for credit fraud, and comes with a VPN and password manager. If something does happen, you're covered with up to $5 million in identity theft insurance and 24/7 US-based fraud support to help you fix it fast. Try Aura free for 14 days at aura.com/PatrickCC. In those 2 weeks, Aura will get to work scrubbing your personal info off these data broker sites. I'm not leaving myself vulnerable, and you shouldn't either. Before the Riyadh Comedy Festival was even announced, Shane Gillis mentioned that he had been offered to perform in Saudi Arabia, but denied.
They asked me to go to the Middle East soon.
What? Where? Why?
Saudi Arabia and UAE or Dubai. I think I'm gonna pass.
Yeah. For the troops? Is it for the troops?
Not for the troops. It's for the Saudis.
For the Saudi princes?
Yeah, and everyone's like, yeah, you should do it. Everyone's doing it. It's like, for Saudis? Weren't those the 9/11 guys?
Shane is arguably the biggest comedian on the planet right now. So
No,
there is
that'd be
no
the
doubt that
CIA.
he received a substantially larger contract offer than most of the other comedians on the bill. And Shane even claimed that after his initial refusal, they doubled their offer, but he still said no.
They doubled the bag, the princes?
It was a significant bag, but I'd already said no, you know? I took a principled stand.
And Shane wasn't alone in his stance, as other comedians chimed in to give their takes. Comedian David Cross, who was not personally invited, expressed secondhand embarrassment that his colleagues would agree to take part. What do you think I think? I am disgusted and deeply disappointed in this whole gross thing, that people I admire with unarguable talent would condone this totalitarian fiefdom for what? A fourth house? A boat? More sneakers? Now, Cross makes a good point here. If these were broke comics faced with a life-changing opportunity and no other options, then maybe you could understand their reasons for agreeing to doing the show. But these are some of the most successful and famous comedians the world has to offer. Turning down this gig doesn't mean going without food or shelter. It just means you have to find something else to fill your schedule. Atsuko Okasuka denied and even went as far as to leak the contract she was offered. The contract specifically states that comics were not permitted in any form to make fun of Saudi Arabia, the royal family, its government, or its religious beliefs. Which is interesting because these days, many comics pride themselves on being free speech absolutists and have taken strong stances against censorship to combat cancel culture. But now, these same comedians who pride themselves on their principles or selling out for a big payday Day. For example, Whitney Cummings spoke out against those celebrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk, saying, "If you are happy someone was publicly executed because they don't share your beliefs, congrats, you're the Taliban." Not even 1 month later, Whitney was on stage performing for a country with a deep history of doing the exact same thing she was criticizing. Not to mention that she signed a contract agreeing to completely ignore those same behaviors. Jeff Ross, king of Comedy Central celebrity roasts, considers comedy as one of the last bastions of free speech. This statement was in response to one of his jokes being cut from a broadcast, but him performing in Riyadh makes it seem like his appreciation for free speech could be ignored if the price is right. However, the comedian who got the most backlash for his performance was Bill Burr, because in the past he was extremely vocal about criticizing other entertainers for taking Saudi money to perform for them. Bill Burr's comedic persona used to be the loud, overconfident guy at the end of the bar, the type who said whatever he wanted, no matter how offensive it was, and dared you to get mad about it. For years, that attitude made him a hero to audiences tired of political correctness, labeling him as one of the last unfiltered comedians. But over time, Burr's tone began to shift. He started challenging the same stereotypes he used to joke about, calling out toxic masculinity,
37K.
police brutality, and even the hypocrisies of conservative outrage. He is now very open about his own angry, toxic view of the world and saw his own change as positive growth, and that he's simply a man evolving with the world around him. To his diehard fans, they feel betrayed or at least just uninterested in his new comedy. Put simply, they basically think Bill Burr went woke. Today, Bill Burr has actually been praised for being an excellent left-wing influencer without even trying to be one. However, taking money from a brutal regime is something that both sides of the political spectrum would criticize. Bill himself even did it. In 2011, Bill called out Beyonce, Usher, and Mariah Carey for doing a private New Year's performance for the children of Muammar Gaddafi.
Usher, Beyonce, and Mariah Carey actually did private New Year's gigs for $1 million. Did New Year's gigs for Gaddafi's kids. Can you believe that? How much money do you need to make? You know, you're gonna take a gig where you're gonna go dance like a goddamn clown for a mass murderer's kids, and then you take that blood money, stick it in your bank account, go buy yourself some glitter or whatever the hell you do when you're a goddamn singer, buy some more streamers to hang on your mic stand, and then when you get busted, you try to play it off like you had no idea who Gaddafi is.
As poorly as this clip has aged, it gets worse. Towards the end of the podcast, Bill makes an offhanded remark about an imaginary comedy festival taking place in Saudi Arabia.
I will see some of you at the Gibson Amphitheater on April 2nd for the Kevin and Bean comedy show that raises money for I forget what cause. I know it's a great cause because no one ever raises money for terrorists, right? I guess unless you do a comedy show in like Saudi Arabia. Isn't that what they do? That's how they raise money with their filthy oil money, and they funnel it through the mosques. Isn't that how it goes down? Is that how the paper trail goes down?
Mariah Carey and Usher went on to apologize for their performances and either raised money for a charitable cause or donated their full payout. But Bill did not do the same. In fact, he's been one of the most vocal in terms of defending himself for his decision. He lashed out at critics on his podcast, basically saying that they were all phony and this was all fake outrage.
I performed in an arena over there. In the round, there was 8,000 people at the show. Okay? It was.
I bought my
citizens,
second house.
And then they had diplomats sitting down front in a nerve-wracking way for the performer to make sure that, you know, you didn't talk about the 2 or 3 things that they said that they negotiated down to not talk about. There was women at the show, 4 hotties down front, faces were not covered, smoke shows.
Billy Two-Face after performing in Berlin 1938. Dude, there were a couple of hot Jewish girls in the front row. I love how Bill's response is essentially, "You're all too stupid to actually be mad at this." Great take, Bill. I guess we all didn't realize there were hotties in the front row. Our bad. We're so stupid. In this podcast, he spends a majority of his time debunking what he calls lies, such as the notion that they only performed for foreign diplomats or that women weren't allowed to attend the event. Bill started defending Saudi Arabia and even drew parallels to America. He compared Saudi Arabia's human rights violations to the controversy surrounding the current administration's use of ICE agents to detain suspected illegal immigrants. He also felt that there was an extreme misconception at what life is like over in Saudi Arabia after visiting there. He said, "If you actually care about those people and how they're living over there, there's going to have to be these types of things to pull them in." And I will will tell you, the Cheesecake Factory in Riyadh, it's incredible. It's right next to a Pizza Hut and KFC. And if you want a pair of Timberlands, it's across the street next to the Marriott, catty corner to the Hilton. His critics responded with, they can't be evil. They have a Burger King. Bill performing in North Korea, dude, they had a grocery store fully stocked. Everyone was smiling. Everyone had the same haircut. Like, it was sick, dude. Very few felt that Bill was just logically defending himself. Most felt like he had gone too far and become a mouthpiece for Saudi Arabian propaganda. And when looking into what the Riyadh Comedy Festival
No, Saudi Arabians are probably fine. The Saudi Arabian public is fine.
Festival is one piece of a government program called Saudi Vision 2030. Vision 2030 represents a bold state-led capitalist reform agenda for Saudi Arabia and aims to reshape the country's economy, society, and global standing. Saudi Arabia is an extremely wealthy country, mostly due to its oil production, which is responsible for 75% of the country's fiscal revenue. The problem is that relying mostly on oil makes a country like Saudi Arabia extremely vulnerable. For example, if something happened that made oil's demand drop, like an increase in electric vehicle sales, countries like Saudi Arabia wouldn't be able to recover financially. Potential market collapses like these are what Saudi Vision 2030 was created for, to ensure economic diversification before things could get out of hand. One of their goals for diversification meant entering other markets like the entertainment industry. The Quality of Life program aims to improve the quality of life in Saudi by developing cultural, entertainment, sports, tourism, and urban activities. It engages citizens, tourists, and investors, enhancing their well-being with diverse experiences. Put simply, the Riyadh Comedy Festival is a government-funded event created with the intention of boosting Saudi Arabia's public image. It is just a small part of a much bigger scheme to increase tourism to the country and gain influence across the entire world. This is a huge
I got a
reason
PvP
why
fight.
People are so upset at the comedians
Wish me
who
luck.
performed, as they were being directly paid by the Saudi government and being used as pawns to enhance their public image.
Ooh, I'm
If
winning.
you're like Bill Burr, you could argue that this could be an honest, good faith effort to progress into a more modern society that is fair and just
I'm
for all
winning.
races, ideologies, genders,
Come
and
on, win.
sexualities. Saudi Arabia has shown in recent years to be
Come
following
on, win.
a more progressive path, most notable being the changes made in favor of women's rights, which now allows women the ability to drive cars.
Oh, I got him.
Head coverings are optional, and they also have more opportunities in the workforce. The Saudis have also made strides to prioritize things like accessible healthcare and affordable housing. Some people believe that Saudi Arabia embracing
Come
more
on,
Western
kill.
ideals should be something we universally support.
Come
But I
on,
must say
kill.
it's not that simple.
Smallest
No
Navy issue.
president
Come
said
on,
Vision
me.
2030
Come
in
on,
New York
me.
doesn't talk about
Yes.
what it is.
I killed a malice,
Political
a fucking
prisoners
malice.
being
Ooh.
freed. There's no commitment to freedom of speech.
Good fight,
and there's no
friend.
promise to liberate the 740,000 people currently living as slaves in the country. It's been reported that
6
241
million.
people have been executed in Saudi Arabia this year alone. While it's nice that women's rights have improved, they still exist as second-class citizens to their male counterparts. It's also no secret that allowing more women to work only stands to benefit the country financially. With more people working, that means more tax revenue for the government. What I find particularly interesting about the backlash surrounding this comedy festival is that it's the exact same thing that is happening in the world of golf. Stick with me here. What the Saudis are doing here is also referred to as sports washing, which is the use of a sport to redirect public attention away from unethical conduct. This is why the Saudis have also made major investments in esports, the UFC, the WWE, soccer, Formula One, racing, flag football, but the worst offender is by far golf. Not too long ago, golfers were being accused of taking blood money to play, and it has had massive ramifications on the sport. And the comedy industry could be starting to nosedive, just like the sports that Saudi Arabia has their hands in. The Saudi government founded a global golf league called Live Golf to compete with the PGA Tour. And what Live Golf offered to these players was such a good deal that it was incredibly difficult to refuse. Starting with the massive contracts: $125 million to Dustin Johnson, $200 million to Phil Mickelson, and $300 million to John Rahm. Tiger Woods was allegedly
He was worth 20. I was
$1
worth 16.
billion
I got
to
5,000
reach that
LP
lead,
off him.
but denied. Keep in mind that the PGA Tour does not offer a contract that guarantees money like football, basketball, or baseball. These contracts offered guaranteed generational wealth. Plus, golfers would still be able to win money at individual tournaments. For example, Bryson DeChambeau accepted a $100 million offer to play for LIV and still won over $10 million in winnings in 2025 so far. Also, Live changed the format of the game to make it easier and less stressful for the players. Instead of grinding through a 4-day-long 72-hole tournament each weekend, Live events are only 54 holes.
I like
so
fencing
players
with people in
compete for just 3
Frig
days,
faction
which
warfare. I
means
think it's
less
fun.
physical strain on the body and travel fatigue. Players also only have to compete in 14 events per year, roughly 1 every 6 weeks, compared to the PGA Tour's mandatory 20 to 25 events for players who want to maintain full status. Also, there's no cut, so every golfer gets paid every event regardless of performance, and the prize purses are massive, often double or triple what PGA offers. Live also covers travel, lodging, and expenses related to the events, and gives players team-based bonuses. All of these things are completely unheard of in the traditional PGA Tour golf world. Put simply, golfers get shorter tournaments, fewer obligations, guaranteed paydays, and life-changing contracts, all while working half as much. For many players, the only downside was the backlash that came with accepting Saudi money. Any golfer who took the deal was met with the same criticism as the Riyadh comedians. They were
I
seen
love
as
this game. It
greedy,
got
that
so
they
much
would
better.
willingly take a massive payday and ignore all the same human rights violations that we discussed in this video. And it's not crazy to think that what happened to golf could happen to the comedy industry as well. Let me cook for a second. Now that the best golfers in the world are split into 2 leagues, both of them kind of suck. Live events have this sort of unserious party atmosphere. They play music during the event and fans are encouraged to get lit. This is the opposite of the very serious, rigid, quiet environments of the PGA Tour. Live has turned the once high-stakes, high-pressure game into a spectacle. It's more of a laid-back exhibition where everyone gets paid and nobody loses. Meanwhile, the PGA Tour has suffered too, with half of the world's top talent gone.
Yeah, you guys
The
are
level of
like so
competition at the biggest
rigid.
tournaments just isn't the same. Say what you want about the higher-ups at the PGA, but it's undeniable that they deeply care about the sport of golf. The same, however, can't be said for Live. Do you really think that the Saudi government personally cares about growing the game of golf, aside from their own cultural and financial enrichment? But how does this impact comedy? Well, if the Saudis continue investing heavily in comedy, the same dynamic that ruined golf could start to unfold. Imagine a world where comedians are suddenly offered life-changing money to perform fewer shows in easier environments, with no need to tour constantly or sharpen their material in front of tough crowds. On paper, it sounds like a dream. Less work, more money. But just like golfers losing their edge under the relaxed conditions of Live, comedians could start to lose their sharpness too. That constant grind of clubs and bombing in front of strangers is what hones great comedy. Without that, their comedic instincts dull, their material gets lazier, and their art suffers. And because performing in Saudi Arabia means operating under government restrictions, these comedians can't even push boundaries or test taboo topics.
Ooh, he had a
Comedy
booster.
has to be diluted to fit within censorship
50
laws.
mil.
Over
Why
time,
50
that
mil?
combination of overpayment, less practice,
Oh,
and
he had
censorship
loot.
could
He
lead
had
to an
loot. He
entire
was
generation of
mad.
comedians
Oh,
who
I
are
bet he was
richer
mad.
than ever, but far worse at what they do. But Bill Burr is
No,
by
wait.
far the
No, I'm sorry.
comedian
No,
that
he
most
didn't have
comedy
loot. No,
fans
he
are
didn't have loot.
disappointed
No.
in. But he is convinced
No,
that
he's
what
not
he
mad.
is doing is a step in the right direction. Bill's major arguments for attending was to advance freedom of speech in the country.
Once again, as I said before, whoever put together the comedy festival and everything, what it did for freedom of speech over there, because like before it started, you couldn't
it's
talk
freedom of
about
speech.
all of
Yeah,
this stuff,
yeah,
and then they whittled it
right.
down
Like,
to just
yeah,
that.
like your whole
And
thing was
that
like,
is
aren't
how-
those the people that dropped the 9/11 bombs on us without ever checking like what actually happened, which is like really dumb. And then you're like, oh, and then you flip-flop and you're like, turns out the comedy is really culturally important for the public of Saudi Arabia. Yeah, it's like, yeah, the rich people pay for it, but the public is the one who shows up and really needs the comedy.
Oh, you know, if you truly care about stuff like that.
Yeah, you do. If you care about people, you shouldn't care about doing comedy for the fucking Saudi Arabia public. But this was kind of like you kowtowed. Where the money came from was evil. You are right about that. But I mean, like, to say that being a comedian in Saudi Arabia is bad is ridiculous. I know because I watched a fucking an amazing documentary about what was it, Iron Maiden, I think, and the lead singer of Iron Maiden, he flew a 747. He's a pilot, and he flew the band in a 747 because he didn't trust other pilots, you know. And so for many years, Iron Maiden flew all over the world, and they had their own planes, so they would just go do they would go do venues that other bands couldn't do. And in doing so, they built like this crazy, I would say third world. It's not quite third world, but it's like the third world kind of. They built a crazy third world metal following, the likes of which I've never seen before. Think like Death Clock. Death Clock actually is Iron Maiden. And Iron Maiden is universally fucking worshipped by all of the Middle East. It's fucking crazy. And I would say that Iron Maiden proves that okay, if fucking Iron Maiden, a hair metal band from the or was it the 80s? Yeah, the 80s. Could dominate Saudi Arabia is proof that comedians should be there. Comedians should be there. Why can't Saudi Arabians have a good sense of humor or like good video games or good movies or whatever? That's ridiculous. But where the money comes from is problematic. Now, did a country pay you to come, or did rich people pay you to come? Because if rich people pay you to come, I don't know if I really care. The government shouldn't be involved in the comedy show. If it is, it's evil. But I mean, it's like, but the money, I don't know. The money is like, they want you to come bring culture to Saudi Arabia. I don't think that's that bad for the Saudi Arabian public or the comedians. But also, where the money comes from does need to be examined.
You gradually move towards.
If you take evil money, you are evil, kind of.
How other comedians would defend their actions. Aziz Ansari made an appearance on Jimmy Kimmel Live, where he was questioned about his involvement with the Riyadh.
Nah, he's got to take the bag. He's always been about the bag.
Why you would go over there and take their money to perform?
Are you kidding me? The bag was so good.
I have an aunt that lived there for a while.
Yeah.
And I talked to her about this.
Yeah. And he was like, nah.
And she said,
culturally, Saudi Arabia could really use comedy. Yep. And he's right. Yep.
There's people over there that don't agree with the stuff that the government's doing.
Yeah, there's public in Saudi Arabia that are really good people, are like way better than us. They don't have crack cocaine binges or fucking, rape fests or fucking, inner city fucking problems or crackheads like stealing like hubcaps from cars and shit like this, or tranked out people in the ghetto and shit. They don't have any of that. They're like they do, but they don't have it like we do. They don't have like a lot of sin, I wouldn't say. They're fairly chaste people. And and so why shouldn't good people have comedy? I don't know.
And to ascribe
did the public drop 9/11 bombs on our city? No, the public of Saudi Arabia did not drop the fucking bombs on fucking 9/11. That was CIA. If you believe what I believe, if you don't believe what I believe, you can at least understand that no, the public of Saudi Arabia had nothing to do with 9/11. Nothing to do with it. They're just people like anybody the fuck else. People like you and me.
Worst behavior.
This was a good video. Patrick CC always does really good videos. He's solid.
Onto those people. It's not fair. Just like there's people in America that don't agree with the things the government is.
While Aziz's sentiment is true, it doesn't fully address the reality of the situation. Yes,
it kind of does, though. The people didn't drop bombs on us. The public of Saudi Arabia did not drop bombs on us, no.
Signing the checks.
Or planes. They didn't crash planes into our buildings, no.
Ongoing human rights offenses, then
yeah, but that's the government. The people of Saudi Arabia are not the government of Saudi Arabia. They are different entities. I don't wish to be blamed for Donald Trump because I don't care what you think about Donald Trump. I didn't let him do any of this stuff. He just went and did it. I didn't cause this or whatever. I didn't support Donald Trump. Don't judge me by what Donald Trump does.
Be openly out as a lesbian on stage and perform gay material. I hope that this could help LGBTQ+ people in Saudi Arabia feel seen and valued. I am grateful that I was able to do precisely that. To my knowledge, I'm the first openly gay comic to talk about it on
Fuck
stage.
Yeah!
In Saudi Arabia, I received message from attendees sharing how much it meant to them.
She went because it was like a political statement. She was like, oh, the gay people in Saudi Arabia, they're fucking suppressed by these terrible fucking dictators and shit. They need a shining beacon. They need somebody to see. And see, that's the sort of stuff I look for when I would choose a venue or not. What cultural effect could I have here? If it's good, do it. If it's not, don't. I want to put all my stuff on the walls. I don't want to put the stuff inside the house. I want to put it on the outside. But right on, here's my second set of major trophies. I have 2 sets of major trophies. Now we work on the third one. I need about 60 more K, 75 more K, something like that. Yeah, about 75 more K. And we'll go buy the third house. And then what? I'm like done with New World or whatever. But yeah, the 3 houses, 15 trophies is the end game, kind of. It's like 300,000 gold. You have to reach it, and it takes forever. We do Merkman portals are up. X smack for invite. I'm looking for smack currently at CK. Currently in Night Tower. Okay, Night Tower. It's a bit early. You know, I was thinking I would like to go shopping today. $215 gold, not bad. There goes 70,000 gold. I just spent 70,000 gold. Ooh, apples. How about them apples? Agewood I kind of want to keep. Stack it. Nice. I love that I got that kill. Not bad. I lost nothing, and I came up on 5K extra LP, which is like running another whole site or whatever. Hells yeah, I feel successful. Let's get out there again. I'm starting to get faction warfare kills, which means like, you know, if you can win it at Eve PvP, you're like one of the best in the world. Starting to get faction warfare kills. We'll see. I like faction warfare. I might work my way up the fucking ladder until I'm like running battle cruisers in the larges or whatever. It pays more. I could just go get a battle cruiser or whatever. I could switch up ships here and bring a ship for each site or whatever.
Your skill has increased.
Class 3 Bio-Cybernetic Incident. Large and small. Maybe I should run the large. This Don J Potato guy. I'm going to run the large. I don't care.
Token permission requested.
The hell was that? Okay. Oh, the video ended.
Has increased.
I love my digital aquarium. It's actually so good. I wonder if there's a digital... Is there such a thing as an ant farm? Is there such a thing as an ant farm? Like a real ant farm? I want to see 24 hours of an ant farm. It's 4K, right? I want to do an ant farm, sand ant farm, ants digging tunnels, time lapse 4K. Yeah, like this. You got other stuff like that? Nope. Oh, this is cool, but can I slow it down? I guess they call it time-lapse ant farm. Oh, cool. Can I get like cool animals doing stuff and stuff like that? Ant farm time lapse, but I want like long. I want you to sort by over 20 minutes, right? Ant colony versus Twix chocolate time lapse. Ant farm time lapse. Ant colony time lapse. Ants moving their eggs. This is awesome. It takes half an hour. Oops.
Your daily dive into the news. It is Monday, and there is a lot to talk about, starting with this. This TwitchCon safety problem and scandal, it's blowing up right now because you're seeing more and more top creators and streamers and their fans saying that TwitchCon
I bought my
is
CK
not safe,
house.
and you should go.
Yeah.
A lot of that, it appears to be connected to what happened to Emiru, who's one of the platform's biggest stars over the weekend.
See, I have good taste. I knew she would go far. I was like, Amiru is a fucking star.
Whoa. Right in the video, you see this just massive dude walking up to her during a meet and greet and attempting to kiss her or being shoved off by security. All of which, among other things, sparked a ton of questions about how this was even possible and whether Twitch was taking security seriously. Right on paper, they claim to be, especially because leading up to the event, figures like Pokimane, Hassan Piker, Valkyrie, and Cutie Cinderella all claimed that they weren't going over safety concerns. And after that, you had Twitch CEO Dan Clancy bending over backwards to say that security would be beefed up at the event. And at the very least, you would think that would especially be the case for Emiru, who is one of the only massive creators still going to the event. Right? And then with that, you had many saying it felt like it was only after the clip of the assault went viral that Twitch addressed it, saying in a tweet, "The safety and security of all those attending TwitchCon is our highest priority. The behavior displayed by the individual involved in the incident yesterday involving a high-profile streamer was completely unacceptable and deeply upsetting." With him then going on to say, "We immediately blocked this individual from returning to the TwitchCon premises, and they are banned indefinitely from Twitch, both online and in-person events." Right, and on top of that, they changed the system to stop allowing people at official meet and greets to bring a +1. But then with that, what you quickly saw were people pushing back against Twitch's statement. Are you people pointing to the incident and the clip, noting that in the entire 2-minute, 20-second version of the video, you can clearly see the attacker just walk away? And also, probably the person to push back the most was Emiru herself. Right, not only did she tweet about it, she also went live to talk about the situation, how she feels Twitch failed completely, and how parts of their statement are misleading at best. So you had things like, according to her,
The hell is this?
Twitch's security that stepped in to save Emiru, but her own private security. But also, it's not like Twitch's security wasn't around. The guy had to pass 3 or 4 other checkpoints to even get close to Emiru. It's just that it appears that they stood around during the incident and afterwards. But also, one of the first things that she does do is thank the person who posted the video.
I don't think that Twitch would have put out an official statement if that clip wasn't posted and going viral. And even after the fact that that clip was posted and going viral, as far as I know, the other people who had meet and greets today were not reached out to ask if they wanted extra security.
You also had Emmy confirming a lot of the things that people were speculating about online. So, for example,
I was doing my meet and greet, and I've seen people saying that it was an obligation given to me, like to be a featured creator and to have my show, I had to do a meet and greet, which is true. I was told that I had to do a meet and greet, but as far as I know, there's some people that canceled. Regardless, I didn't cancel. I thought it was going to be fine. So, I show up at 4. I'm doing my meet and greet.
And he also confirmed that Twitch actually did permaban her favorite security guard after he held onto a stalker until law enforcement came at a previous TwitchCon, which was definitely something that shocked a lot of people because clearly Emmy Rue needs security, and just at a glance, it looks like Twitch's response to her effective security was to ban them. And then also a big thing is that Emmy pushed back on the claim that Twitch quickly dealt with the guy because 1, it was apparently her manager who called the police and talked with them. 2, it apparently took hours for the guy to be tracked down, and 3, it took Twitch 2 hours to approach Emmy Rue's team about the assault. And
My manager comes back to me and she's upset. She's like, okay, I've been talking to Twitch people and I'm really upset because I noticed a lot of negligence around the event and I'm not happy with the way that they're handling it now. And I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, well, I asked them, you know, like, what are they gonna do about this? And you know what they said initially? They said, oh, well, he's banned from the platform for 30 days. What? And then she's obviously like, hello? Like, that needs to be indefinite. What the fuck are you talking about? Also, that's like nothing to do with anything. No one gives a fuck if he's banned on Twitch or not. Like, we're talking about the convention here. So they change it to indefinite. Takes an hour for that to happen, by the way. These 2 people are the head of security for Amazon and the head of risk for Twitch.
right, with all this, you had Emmy Rue spending a lot of time asking how smaller creators are supposed to feel safe during this if she can. But she apparently spends tens of thousands on security for these events, and clearly people with 50, 100, or even 1,000 viewers, they can't do that. Even though really, it always just takes one person. They could be in just as much danger with crazy fans. You know, while you had her addressing this in a live stream, I feel like another thing that should be noted. She apparently ended up only spending like a few minutes to calm down before finishing her meet and greet, and then she had to go live on stage for a show. That is not to say that this is even remotely normal, and she made it very clear that this was her last TwitchCon and she'd never be attending again, and that she is definitely pressing charges against the guy. And so with all of that, as you'd expect, there have been a ton of reactions. And so you had things like Taylor Lorenz speaking to Twitch CEO Dan Clancy and asking what Twitch was doing to prioritize safety, and he said,
the safety of our creators is a top priority. The challenge we face is a challenge in today's society. It's not limited to Twitch. It extends throughout our society. I do think that when you're live streaming, in many ways, since you control your community and you can ban people, you can make it so that those people that you don't want engaging with you and participating with you aren't there. Okay, it's very different. You know, when I use other short form content and people say all sorts of stuff, well, I can't stop that. But when I live stream, they basically don't bother me. Now, what happened yesterday obviously was something that we care deeply about, securing this environment. You know, we're looking very closely at everything that happened there, and I care deeply about Emmy. She's a friend of mine, and so I want to see how we can support her.
So that response, it felt kind of anemic to most, and it kind of just reinforced statements from people like Moist Critical, who have long avoided live events like this over safety concerns. Right now, after what happened, you had him saying,
now, as a result of the assault that Emmy Rue experienced at their event, they are going to be having a stronger security presence at further meet and greets that are scheduled. The question begs to be asked, why wasn't that an emphasis beforehand? You're saying that safety was like your top priority, yet it's very clear, very evident in this clip that there's not a lot of security there. So what are you doing about like safety? Like, well, I don't understand. If safety's such a high priority, where's security? Why, I don't know why it's so lackluster then if it's such a high priority. And again, this is like a huge streamer. Emmy Rue is like one of the biggest streamers. What does security look like for streamers that aren't her size?
And you also had Charlie there adding that his apprehension about going to events, it stems from Christina Grimmie's death years ago, and he, Emmy, and others have all pointed out how quickly this recent assault could have been much worse.
Christina Grimmie. I'm dead. Son of a bitch.
Taking the opportunity to say that, you know, this is just another example of Twitch's.
What happened to Christina Grimmie? What happened?
So this influencer is about to get unalived by her own fan. Now the influencer, her name's Christina, and Christina loves to sing. And one day, when she's about 15, her friend convinces her to post a video of her singing a cover of a Hannah Montana song on YouTube. So she does. And to Christina's surprise, pretty quickly the video gets a little traction. Tens of thousands of views. Not bad. But most importantly, people like it, and they like her. And some of these people, they start sending her requests for her to cover other songs. And so she does, and she posts another, and then another. And soon she's posting all these cover songs on YouTube, and she starts building up a decent
Oh, this girl
After
died.
about 2 months of this, her followers request that she cover Celine Dion's My Heart Will Go On. And so Christina does, and she posts it, and it blows the fuck up. And that is when this woman sees it. Her name's Mandy. And Mandy's like, damn, this girl can sing. Here's the thing about Mandy, though. Mandy just happens to be Selena Gomez's mom and her manager. So Selena Gomez's mom and her stepdad, this guy, at this time, they both manage Selena together. So stepdad, aka Selena's manager, reaches out to Christina and they offer to represent her, and soon Christina's got a manager. So then she works with a big vocal coach and she releases an EP, and then boom, Selena Gomez asks her to go on tour with her as her opening act. And they actually become really good friends.
And there's Selena Gomez right there. There's Selena.
And so Christina's star just keeps rising. Her YouTube channel's blowing up, she's getting all kinds of subscribers, and she wins a YouTube singing competition, and she and her family move out to Los Angeles so she can pursue making music full-time. And she goes ahead and makes a full-length album. But then, she's around 19 years old at this point, she auditions for The Voice, the television show. And she gets cast in the show, and Christina comes out on stage, and she absolutely nails it. And she's clearly the fan favorite, and she comes in 3rd place overall, which is just amazing. A few years after that, she's like 22 at this point, she goes out on tour again.
And big thank you to everyone that has been coming out on tour to come see me.
Okay, let me stop you right here, because we'll come back to Christina. But now we gotta talk about this guy, Kevin James. Kevin James is 27, he's from Florida, and he doesn't really got a lot going on. He lives with his parents, he works part-time at Best Buy, the Geek Squad. He only has one friend, so he's kind of a loner. He's overweight and balding, which there's nothing wrong with that, who cares? But Kevin James is actually really insecure about it. But then, one day, Kevin James is messing around on YouTube and he comes across a video of this singer, Christina, and he is blown away by her. She's cool, she's charming, she's charismatic, she's a really talented singer. To him, she's the perfect woman. So Kevin James watches more and more of her videos, and soon enough, he's consumed everything she's ever released. Every vlog, every post, every picture, every tweet, he's seen it. So Kevin James monitors her social media, and over time, he slowly becomes obsessed with her. And he's never showed any interest in girls before, but now that he's discovered Christina, she's all he thinks about. He's got her pictures up all over his room, he's talking about her at work to all his co-workers, and they're like, this guy's fucking weird. So clearly, he's not just a fan of her work, but he has feelings for her. And those feelings are starting to take an unhealthy turn. Because now, he believes that she's his soulmate, and that they're destined to be together. So, what does he do? Well, he starts working on himself, thinking he's gonna win her over. He changes his diet to a vegan diet, and he loses 50 pounds. He gets his teeth whitened. He gets LASIK eye surgery to make his vision better. He goes and gets hair implants to fix the fact that he's balding. So bro is feeling better about his looks than he ever has. And even though he's never met her in person, and she doesn't even know he exists, he still thinks that maybe all these changes will somehow get her attention. Until one day, Kevin James goes to work at Best Buy, and suddenly his co-workers, they start roasting him, like they're making fun of him. Now, they all know he's obsessed with this singer because he's always talking about her, and he's always listening to her music on his shift. And so they just heard a rumor that Christina now has a boyfriend, which is true, she does. So they all start teasing Kevin James like, you can't have her now, she's already got a man, you got played, bro. And allegedly, this pisses him off real bad. Because in his twisted, obsessed mind, he's already in a relationship with her. And as absurd as that sounds, to him, this feels like she's cheating on him. And Kevin James is not gonna let her get away with it. Shit is about to get dark. Now, Christina, she's still on tour, and her tour is about to come through Orlando. And Orlando
She was a
is
star,
about 100
damn.
miles from where Kevin James lives. So he buys a ticket to her concert in Orlando. Then, a few days before the show, he goes and picks up 2 pew-pews he previously bought for this occasion. Then he takes a taxi from St. Petersburg, where he lives, all the way to Orlando.
Why? What did this girl do to you,
Now, at
you
the
weird
concert, Christina
shithead?
performs, she does her
Why?
show, and she does great, like always. And Kevin James, he's there, he's in
It's another baby reindeer. What the fuck's wrong with these fucking weird shitheads? What's wrong with them?
the crowd, he's watching her, he's planning out what
Another weird, sick baby reindeer fucking freak show. What the fuck's wrong with these baby reindeer freak shows? Funny MAGA abbreviations. Oh. To go back to, well, I don't know. Going to Selbina is fast. Yeah, it's fast. Fast way to get to mobs. Hell, I don't know. It's kind of a long walk out there. Maybe I'll go back to Winterstess. Or no, I will go back to Zolkheim. Am I out right now? No, I'm not out right now. So now, got the system to myself. Gonna go back out now. Made some money there off that Malus. I can't believe that. I gotta get like one good kill a day or something. It's pretty good. It's pretty good, you know. I'm at 8 million. I should buy 5 more ships, I think, but I don't know. Maybe I did buy 5 more ships. Did I buy 4 more? No. I'll buy 5 more ships, I guess. Tell Talati. I'll buy 5 more ships. Yeah. Where is it? Yeah, Argon. Right? Argon's over here, isn't it? No. Argon's there. That's the big wharf. So Argon Wharf. I want to buy ships. Medium mining ships. Yeah. Medium mining ships. High preset. Take as many as you can get. I don't know. How many? Add a shopping list. I'll take 7. Not enough money. Okay, well then why did you say I can do 7 then? That's ridiculous. Anyways, go. 6 medium mining ships. That's good. Oh, yeah. This chat is actually quite funny. I just said, if the lobby tells our government what to do, are we the public or is the lobby the public? Hello? Hey.
he's gonna do, and he's allegedly still super angry about the fact that she is seeing someone else. And so the show ends, and afterwards, they're all still at the venue, and Christina is doing a meet and greet, which she always does. She's signing autographs and taking photos, and just genuinely being really awesome to her fans, and her fans love her. And Kevin James, he's there, and he's in line, waiting with the rest of the crowd, and when it's finally his turn to meet her, he steps up, and he seems really quiet, like he's nervous or something. So Christina notices this, and she thinks she can make him feel more at ease with a hug. So she looks at him, and she opens her arms wide to give him a hug. But instead of going in for the hug, Kevin James pulls out one of his pew-pews, and he points it right
One of
at
his
her,
pew-pews.
and he pulls the trigger. Blam! Blam! Christina falls to the floor, and everyone freaks out, and they panic, and they start running. Everyone except for this guy. His name's Marcus. Now, Marcus, he's Christina's brother, and he tours with her, and he helps her out and stuff. And when all this goes down,
Oh, he's like the who's Billy's brother? Phineas. He's like the Phineas of the whole thing.
Marcus is nearby running the merch table, and he sees
Oh
this
no, he's her merch guy.
go off, and immediately, boom, he jumps up from behind the merch
Yeah,
table.
was that my sister getting shot? I'll fucking kill him.
And he runs over, and bam, he tackles Kevin James. And he grabs the pew-pew, and they wrestle for it. And luckily, Marcus actually overpowers him, and he gets it out of his hands. But then, Kevin James stands up, and he's backed up against a wall. And he pulls out the other pew-pew that he brought, and he points it at himself, and he pulls the trigger. Bam.
That's how this ended? Oh my fucking god. You know, I said recently to one of my community, I was like, they're like, you're gonna make it big one day, and I was like, I wouldn't wish fame on my worst enemy. Be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for.
The moderation team at Twitch is completely deranged. The advertising team is completely misguided. And the
I don't wish that. I don't care. You know, the money would save my family. I don't care. I don't want it that way. I don't want it. I don't want this kind of problem.
I think this is going to be the last TwitchCon, by the way. I cannot imagine anybody ever even thinking to go to another TwitchCon after this.
But then going on to point out that Emiru's experience, it's not an isolated event, and that every TwitchCon, you know, it has these horror stories of assaults and groping. In fact, you had Emiru herself also mentioning this and asking people to send her examples from this past weekend, since she's positive she wasn't the only one. Right, but with all that said, it just looks like Twitch has another PR nightmare on their hands. And so the big question for many is, you know, whether Amazon thinks any of this is worth changing leadership at the platform over. Because the general consensus is that the ball was basically dropped. The promise to take security more seriously wasn't real. You know, for now, we'll have to wait and see. And of course, in the meantime, I'd really love to know your thoughts, opinions, and reactions. So then next up in the news today, we need to talk about Trump, Prince Andrew, and Epstein. Because there's actually a lot going around with and around the Epstein case. Where we can start is with Donald Trump versus Representative Thomas Massie. Right, Massie, you know, he was a Republican, known for bucking his own party on a few issues, especially
Who cares?
with Epstein. And so on Friday, you had Trump calling him, quote, a sick wacko who refuses to vote for our great Republican Party, MAGA, or America First. It's really weird. With him then saying in another post that Massie must be thrown out of office ASAP, and then endorsing a Navy SEAL veteran, Ed Galryan, to take the seat. But that also is Galryan hasn't even entered the race yet. But still, you had Trump arguing that Massie has made life very easy for the radical left, and added, unlike lightweight Massie, a total ineffective loser who has failed us so badly, Captain Ed Galryan is a winner who will not let you down. Should he decide to challenge Massie, Captain Ed Galryan has my complete and total endorsement. Run, Ed, run, MAGA. And I'll add for a little extra background that Galryan actually previously ran for state senate in Kentucky back in 2024, though he narrowly lost the primary. And then, as far as the here and now, you had Galryan responding to Trump's comments, saying that he was honored by the support and would announce what's next for him soon. But Massie, I mean, he took the opportunity to slam the endorsement, calling Galryan a failed candidate and establishment hack. And that energy, it definitely wasn't alone, right? Trump's post, it prompted tons of responses, with most kind of noting that Massie is one of the few Republicans supporting or even leading the charge on getting the Epstein files released. Right? I mean, he filed a discharge petition that would force a floor vote on legislation requiring the files to be released. And with that, as we've talked about quite a bit recently, the representative representative elect in Arizona will be the last signature that he needs. So there you have Speaker Mike Johnson holding that up. To that, it's why many are seeing Trump's attack on Massey here as being connected again to Epstein, especially because this isn't even the first time that Trump's tried to take a shot at his seat. And so again, what Trump's doing, it didn't come as a surprise. And actually, Massey wrote this morning about the situation. Dogs don't bark at parked cars. There's a reason some of the world's richest and most powerful people are trying to get me out of Congress. I'm just one of 435 votes, but I bring transparency to an otherwise dark and corrupted institution of government. But that's also not where the Epstein news ends today, especially because more and more excerpts from Virginia Giuffre's upcoming memoir are getting published ahead of the book's release tomorrow. And there's been a lot of interest about this book because she's a prominent Epstein accuser who actually died from suicide earlier this year, but her memoir was completed prior to her death. And now, according to reports in her book, she says that in her years with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, they lent me out to scores of wealthy, powerful people. I was habitually used and humiliated, and in some instances, choked, beaten, and bloody. I believed that I might die a sex slave. Right, and that, as you had other reports noting, she specifically said she was bloodied after an encounter with a former prime minister who she didn't give name over fears that he might harm her. But also, some reports have said that she previously named Ehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel, in court documents, though he has denied allegations that he raped her. And this also comes as previous excerpts already dove into allegations that she made against Prince Andrew, calling him entitled as if he believed having sex with me was his birthright. And actually, on Friday, Prince Andrew announced that he would stop using his royal title, the Duke of York, amid all this fallout, writing that after speaking with the king, we have concluded the continued accusations against me distract from the work of His Majesty and the royal family. And I have decided, as I always have, to put my duty to my family and country first. I will therefore no longer use my title or the honors which have been conferred upon me. As I have said previously, I vigorously deny the accusations against me. And that really just being the latest, as he already stepped away from his royal duties back in 2019. But also, I'll say, this news shouldn't be confused with him not being a royal anymore. He's still the son of Queen Elizabeth. He remains a prince and is still 8th in line for succession. And to that, it's why you have many saying that more needs to be done to hold Prince Andrew accountable. Right? And there's a ton of pressure right now on both the royal family and the UK government to use powers that would formally strip him of his titles. And in fact, you had Virginia Giuffre's brother saying it needs to go past his Duke honor and he should no longer be a prince. And then also with this, you have the news that the Metropolitan Police in London are saying that they're looking at claims about Prince Andrew. So with that, I'll say they're not investigating sexual assault claims directly. Instead, they're looking into media reports claiming that Andrew asked his police protection officer to dig up dirt on Virginia Giuffre back in 2011, which would have been just before the Mail on Sunday published a photo of Virginia and Andrew together, with leaked emails showing Andrew allegedly claiming that he gave his officer Virginia's social security number and birthday and suggested she had a criminal record. So you had leaders in the UK calling these reports concerning and saying this is not how officers should be used. Well, for now, that's where we are. We should have more updates soon. Then there's more we've got to dive into today. But first, let me ask, do you ever realize that your car gets more regular checkups than you do? And at least the mechanic knows your name. Meanwhile, that doctor's appointment you swore you'd booked months ago, it's still sitting on the to-do list. And look, I get it. I was that person too, but that's also why I'm so happy to talk about today's sponsor, ZocDoc. ZocDoc is the free app and website where you can search and compare high-quality in-network doctors and click to instantly book an appointment. Like seriously, you can search and compare over 100,000 in-network doctors across every specialty: mental health, dental, primary care, urgent care, all of it. You can also filter by location, insurance, and ratings from verified patients, so you actually get a doctor that fits your needs. Once you find them, you can see their real-time appointment openings and instantly click to book. No phone tag, no hold music, just done. The best part, the appointments happen fast. They often happen within 24 to 72 hours and sometimes even same day. That translates into you could literally finish this ad spot and already have a doctor lined up. I use it. I think you should too. I recommend it to people. It's really just that simple. I love them being a sponsor. I'm also trying to put you off. So hey, stop putting off those doctor's appointments and scan that QR code or go to ZocDoc.com/Phil to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. It's ZocDoc.com/Phil, ZocDoc.com/Phil. But then next up in the news, being a Trump supporter, it's a get-out-of-jail-free card, and the president wants you to know this. Basically saying it's not wrong versus right, it's right versus left, it's loyalty over reality. Now, the latest to benefit from this is disgraced former Congressman George Santos, because you had Trump on Friday announcing on social media, George Santos was somewhat of a rogue, but there are many rogues throughout our country that aren't forced to serve 7 years in prison. With that, he pointed to Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal's false and misleading claims in the past that he served in Vietnam and argued, this is far worse than what George Santos did, and at least Santos had the courage, conviction, and intelligence to always vote Republican. I'm hitting that in all caps in case his message wasn't clear enough. And adding, George has been in solitary confinement for long stretches of time and by all accounts has been horribly mistreated. Therefore, I just signed a commutation releasing George Santos from prison immediately. Good luck, George. Have a great life. So where we should start here is, well, what did George Santos actually do? That's an important thing for informing your opinion. So what you had was as a representative for New York's 3rd Congressional district back in 2023. Then you soon had outlets reporting that he had made up key details on his campaign biography, including about his education, past work, experience, and religion. But then very importantly, that is not where it ended, because in 2023, a congressional ethics investigation found that he had improperly spent campaign funds on things like Botox, designer clothes, and OnlyFans. With that then leading to him actually getting expelled from Congress, and in 2024, he then pled guilty to wire fraud and identity theft in federal court, with Santos admitting to lying to Congress, stealing money from campaign donors, and fraudulently collecting unemployment benefits. And then regarding his sentence in April, you had Santos writing that the 7 years he received was a, quote, over-the-top politically influenced sentence, and added, "I implore that President Trump gives me a chance to prove I'm more than the mistakes I've made." So now, with Trump's commutation after serving less than 3 months of his 7-year sentence, he's a free man. And as you'd expect, there's been a lot of criticism, especially from his former colleagues and constituents from New York. Or with New York Representative Nick LaLota, for example, saying George Santos didn't merely lie, he stole millions, defrauded an election, and his crimes for which he pled guilty warrant more than a 3-month sentence. And as you also had Andrew Garbarino, another congressman from the state, and one who sat on the House Ethics Committee panel that investigated Santos, saying the victims of Santos's crimes still have not been made whole. And with that, you had a guy who claimed that Santos helped him start a GoFundMe for his dog's surgery, and then Santos kept the money, telling the New York Times, "I feel like I got personally stabbed in the gut by the President of the United States. I don't think he even realizes what George did, what he was guilty of." Right, and actually, connected to that as part of his sentencing, Santos was ordered to pay back more than $370,000 in restitution to some of his victims, along with $205,000 in forfeiture. Well, now Santos has said he'll only do that if he's required by law. The thing is, it seems like it is, at least, based on the clemency grant posted by pardon attorney Ed Martin, which said Trump granted Santos a, quote, immediate commutation of his entire sentence to time served with no further fines, restitution, probation, supervised release, or other conditions. And also, in addition to taking issue with letting anyone off the hook for their crimes, the obviously partisan nature of all this has rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. Because again, Trump made it very, very clear that Santos being a Republican and voting his way was a factor in his decision. And that it's part of a broader pattern. I mean, besides things like the January 6th pardons, which of course are standout, you also have things like the watchdog group Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington claiming that Trump has granted clemency to 16 corrupt politicians, the vast majority being Republicans, though at least 2 were Democrats. So with all that said, you had several Republicans pushing back against this narrative. And that includes House Speaker Mike Johnson, as well as Santos himself, pushing back, pointing to Joe Biden's pardoning of his son Hunter.
And then there's a lot of people who were upset with President Biden, who pardoned his entire family before he left office in an unprecedented move. So, pardon me if I'm not paying too much attention to the curl clutching of the outrage of my critics and of the people predominantly on the left who are going to go out there and try to make a big deal out of something like this.
And then also with this, you had Santos claiming that a guy who worked on his campaign and was later sentenced to 1 year in prison for wire fraud was a victim of arbitrary sentencing, and saying that he should have a commutation afforded to him as well. Right, and that is, you had Santos arguing that the sentence that he received was disproportionate, but also saying that his time in prison was a large slice of humble pie, and claiming that the experience was so transformative that he would now be devoting his time to advocating for prison reform, and also probably getting back out on the podcast circuit, because he just can't keep this diva down. But then next up in the news, we need to talk about this second round of No Kings protests that went down over there, but especially as you had over 2,700 rallies taking place on Saturday, and organizers saying that some 7 million people were marching under the No Kings banner. And they were seemingly everywhere: New York, New Orleans, Chicago, Portland, LA, DC, and on, and it included many rallies in smaller cities and even districts that squarely voted for Donald Trump in the last election. We even had international rallies in places like Paris, London, Rome, and Lisbon. Right, with this being the second iteration of the No Kings protest against Donald Trump and what he's been doing, it was kind of the same but also different. The first one back in June, it drew some 5 million demonstrators, and now this time around you had more people, and that included new protesters who joined the fray to stand against new issues that have cropped up since the first No Kings Day. So things including, but definitely not limited to, immigration raids, federal troops in cities, government layoffs, rollback of vaccine requirements, and all the things that are happening and will happen under the big, beautiful bill that was signed into law back in July. So you had protesters saying things like,
"I'm crying for the pride of all these people that are gathered here and all over our country. The pride in the belief that our Constitution means something and that we all have the right to fight for what we believe in. That is what makes my heart happy and sad at the same time, that we actually have to do this."
It's really important to me that America was founded on immigrants, by immigrants, and the fact that they are trying to shut that out and rewrite history is a really big deal.
Rather than abandoning a war against an elusive, perhaps sometimes imaginary foe, we are confronting the possible end of our republic.
We are here to tell our lawmakers that what's going on in our government is wrong. They must stop the abuses of this petulant president and his circle of sycophants. No thrones, no crowns, no kings.
Also, I'll say another notable difference this time around were the costumes, because you had a number of people at these rallies just wearing silly costumes, including inflatables. You know, we talked about this on the Crashing Out pod, but it feels like a lot of people are doing this to establish the fact that these protests are in fact peaceful and non-violent. And you had one protester in LA saying it's really hard to call something a war zone when you look at something and it's just a block party and people in Halloween costumes. And then also, you know, people are doing it in response to a viral video of an ICE agent firing pepper spray directly into the air vent of a protester's frog costume. So that's not to say like everyone's loving the costumes, right? That's even resulted in its own controversy. Or you have some saying if you have this inflatable frog or dinosaur, it makes it hard to take the cause of the protest seriously. But with that, I'll say one, this is my opinion, I think that criticism misses the point of why that's happening. And two, the controversy and debate around that, it's pretty small compared to the other things we've seen connected to Saturday's events. Because as you can imagine, Trump and Team Trump had several things to say about the protests. And in fact, part of Trump's response to millions of people across this country protesting his administration, accusing him of trying to be a king, was to share an AI-generated video of him in a crown, flying a jet, spraying sewage all over them. Though that also wasn't the end of it. He shared another AI-generated video originally posted by J.D. Vance on Blue Sky of him putting on a crown and robe in front of kneeling Democratic leaders like Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. Though Trump said that those posts were meant to be a tongue-in-cheek moment, and he then further responded to the protesters by telling reporters while on Air Force One,
checking it out. The demonstrations were very small, very ineffective, and the people were whacked out. When you look at those people, those are not representative of the people of our country.
Besides San Francisco,
I'm not a king. I'm not a king. I work my ass off to make our country great. That's all it is. I'm not a king at all.
Right, and that sentiment was also echoed by Speaker Mike Johnson, whose own response included a statement to ABC News saying, if President Trump was a king, the government would be open right now. If President Trump was a king, they would not have been able to engage in that free speech exercise out in the mall. And Johnson then going on to say that the protests were essentially Hate America rallies and saying they pushed a hateful anti-American Marxist message, saying it's not about people, it's about the message, it's about the ideology. It is a dangerous ideology and it is anti-American. It goes against everything that we stand for. And then also this morning you had a reporter confronting Johnson about the AI video of Trump and asking,
to say that the President of the United States over the weekend released a video of him pooping on the American people.
The president uses social media to make a point. You can argue he's probably the most effective person who's ever used social media for that. He is using satire to make a point. He is not calling for the murder of his political opponents.
Right, then as far as other responses from Team Trump and Republicans, it's been a bit mixed. Right, some have dismissed the protests as inconsequential, including White House spokesperson Abigail Jackson, who responded to a request for comment about the protest with the response, "Who cares?" And that is with Veterans Affairs Secretary Doug Collins posting on X the day of the protest. Good morning to my fellow Americans who are celebrating No King's Day today. While most of us celebrate this reality on July 4th, you do you. But this also is you had people agreeing with Johnson, denouncing the protests as un-American and accusing the left of catering to a part of their base that is, quote, made up of Hamas, terrorists, illegal aliens, and violent criminals. Which, I'll just say, you know, that was the news, my opinion, wild, but not unexpected response. One, peaceful protest, one of the most fucking American things ever. Two, this is just yet another example that if you are critical of Netanyahu's government, apparently you're fucking Hamas. And three, yeah, obviously, you must be a violent criminal or an illegal alien if you think that, I don't know, everyone deserves due process. Especially in the face of a president who, among other things, teases until he's really just normalizing the idea of him running more than he's legally allowed. But no, of course, it's a lot easier to just utter those that stand against you and say they're crazy and violent and or made up and fake or paid, because otherwise you'd have to deal with the fact that other real Americans out there are freaked out by what's happening right now. But hey, that was the news, a little bit of my take, and of course I'd love to hear from you. But then next up in the news, will this Israel-Hamas ceasefire actually last, right? That's what you're seeing more and more people asking, is it barely survived the weekend. But also, survives a key word there, because dozens more were killed in Gaza. So it's been 10 days since the deal went into effect, and under the agreement, Israel still controls more than half of Gaza, and the so-called called like Yellow Line is the line behind which Israel has withdrawn its troops. But on Sunday, you had the military claiming that Hamas fired towards its forces beyond the Yellow Line several times, and saying in one case it killed 2 soldiers in the Rafah area of southern Gaza, and the military described the attack as a blatant violation of the truth. But this also, as you had Hamas's military wing saying in a statement that it wasn't aware of any incidents or clashes taking place in the Rafah area, because those zones are under Israeli control, and they added that contact had been severed with its groups that remained there. And actually, later had Trump seeming to back that up, speaking to reporters on Air Force One last night and saying,
We want to make sure that it's going to be very peaceful with Hamas. As you know, they've been quite rambunctious. They've been doing some shooting, and we think maybe the leadership isn't involved in it. You know, some rebels within, but either way, it's going to be handled properly. It's going to be handled toughly but properly.
Before all that, you had Israel deciding to close all crossings into Gaza, halt the delivery of humanitarian aid, and the military also announced that it had launched strikes into the area that the soldiers were killed to, quote, eliminate the threat, including by taking out tunnel shafts and other military structures. By the afternoon, you had the military widening the assault, saying that it had struck dozens of Hamas targets throughout the Gaza Strip, and those strikes yesterday, they reportedly killed at least 44 people throughout the territory. And that brings the total number to at least 97 Palestinians killed since the start of the ceasefire, according to Gaza's government media office. Because even before yesterday, several were reportedly killed in connection to alleged violations of the Yellow Line. So on Friday, for example, the Israeli military fired on a vehicle in northern Gaza, killing at least 9 people, including 4 children, according to a rescue service that's part of Gaza's interior ministry. As far as Israel, you had their military claiming that in addition to crossing the line, the vehicle appeared suspicious and ignored soldiers' warning shots. But then on the flip side, you have many noting that Gazans are confused about where exactly this line is. Right? And that's assuming they can even access the internet and figure out the maps. That said, you have the Israeli military now reportedly putting up physical markers along the Yellow Line to make sure that it's clear, so we'll have to see if that helps. But I also say that as that's not the only way that we've seen violence flaring up around this boundary. Because in addition to tension between Hamas and Israel, we've seen clashes between Hamas and rival groups in Gaza. And that includes an incident that ended with the apparent public execution of 8 people in a public square in Gaza City. Or with that apparently being a part of what Hamas has called a security campaign aimed at collaborators, mercenaries, thieves, bandits, and those cooperating with the Zionist enemy throughout the Gaza Strip. And connected to that, we know that Israel's been arming several militias in an attempt to counter Hamas. Right now, according to a Gaza expert at the European Council on Foreign Relations, these groups are operating from the Israeli side of the Yellow Line, from which they, quote, descend on the other half of Gaza, carry out attacks, and then go run back to those protected areas. So the situation on the ground, it still remains incredibly complicated. But as far as moving forward, you did at least have the Israeli military saying in a statement last night that it had begun the renewed enforcement of the ceasefire and saying that it would respond forcefully to any violation of the agreement. So then also with that, you had them saying that the flow of aid would continue, although that aid still may not actually be enough. Right? I say that because you've got people like an official from the UN's Palestinian Refugee Agency saying that while it is a relief that the crossings have reopened, the volume of aid is still way below what's needed. And that's actually, as you know, one of the crossings, the Rafah one, it's still closed. You have the Israeli authorities saying they delayed its opening in response to Hamas's inability to return the bodies. Now, in addition to freeing all the remaining hostages, 12 captives supporting the Israeli government, you've got Hamas saying that finding and returning the rest is going to take time if it's even possible. They're saying that some, they're just buried deep under rubble and require heavy equipment to extract them. So in the meantime, that's going to obviously remain a point of contention, and it's just one of several things that could completely collapse this ceasefire. But again, as a lifelong cynic, I am going to hope for the best, but I'm going to expect the worst or the least. To me, and this part's just my opinion, it does feel like the situation has been built to fail, but time will tell if I'm being a realist or just a cynic. But that is where show is going to end today. But there's even more just a click away. We've got that new episode.
Oh no, there's like 2 of us here. Why?
This week we had Ben Rhodes from Pod
That guy's looting.
And or you've got the newest episode of the Philip DeFranco Show if you weren't the quickest to this one. And whether it be PDS or Pod, you can watch on YouTube, Spotify, or Apple Podcasts. Links in the description. But regardless of what you do with those fingers right now, let me just say thank you for watching. I love your face, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
I should maybe go instead of Void, but I don't know. I like heals with Void. It's not a bad thing. I love seeing that loot pop. Like, man, it's way better now.
drive active.
Oh no, did I fall? Oh god, I fell. Oh no, I fell. I was AFK. I was like, wait, am I out right now? Yeah, I'm busy running ECR. I'm terribly sorry.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
No, we got like most of it. Yeah, I think we got like all of it. Yeah, right? Yeah, I did. I did all of it except the last chest. Like, so that's good. Fine. So I'll just leave. That'll teach me to go AFK and ECR running. Wait, they're going to wall, are they? Where are they going? Ah, where? No, no. Or I don't know. Maybe death is faster. I don't know. No, it's not faster because I can just teleport when they leash. Just leave. Just leave. Ah, you're so annoying. Okay. Own 2 houses at the same time. Dual resident. Yeah. I got some nice cutlass keys, rep. I'll take... Now, at this point, I'll still take stand again because it was fucking terrible. And then, I would like to teleport out and figure out where the CCR went, but I have to pee and stuff, so I'm going to go do that. Oh, see, I hit the control key and it screwed me up. I hate warping because it's constantly interrupted. It's so annoying. There's a complaint. They're running wall, are they? Okay, I wouldn't mind running wall. Let's go run wall. Wall's good. Where's wall? Wall's way up here. There's wall. I like wall. I'll go do wall. This is a good way. They finally fixed DCR so that you can, man, Umbral Shards are so good because you can eventually just cap all your eye level running ECRs. You don't have to fucking go do some raid or some OPR or some bullshit with boxes or something. You can just get your Umbral Shards in ECR. It takes months, you know, but you can get full 800 eye level from just running ECRs, which is what it always should have been. ECR is the best thing this company has to offer. They should have done Umbral Shards like years ago. Really feels like really beneficial to go to ECRs now, you know? I wanted to pee and I didn't, and I got caught up in another ECR, and I should technically go in past the first door and then just pee and then catch up with them. This is going to be a good wall. I should turn on the music. And here we are. I'll pee after the wall because it only takes like 20 minutes or something. Umbral crystals, yeah. No, I gotta get to him. No. No. Oh, I was 1 second too late. No. So annoying.
Your skill has increased.
Third drive active.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
go fix my settings. What am I looking for? I'm looking for... I love this game. Look how good this looks. It's so much better than World of Warcraft. Ooh, nice gown. Oh, I like this gown. I don't care if it's light. I look fucking dope. I look dope as fuck. Dope as fuck. Gotta go back and get a gem from, Everfall. I love this game. It got so good. Oh, I love this thing. I'm gonna keep it forever. I love this chess piece. Look at this. It's dope as fuck. Can I transmog this thing? Yeah, I'll take the skin. Oh, I don't know. I better just wear it, but when I get something better... No, I'll just take the skin. I'll just take the skin. I'd rather have the skin forever than use the item. Where's the Stylemancer? Is it that guy? I don't know. What's my weight? A bit lower. I wonder what my dodge is. I don't care what my gear is as long as the eye level's higher. I will change my headpiece because it doesn't fit the ensemble anymore. Oh, I love the flowy white. It's fucking awesome. I look like a good white mage. Maybe I should go light since I'm white mage. I'll go light. I don't care. Eye level's good. Whatever. You know, I have good eye level stuff in light. Whatever. If it's the spec, I prefer light, honestly. Although, well, yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't need it. I have heals. It doesn't. I don't. Yeah. It's whatever. I think I had a 745 piece, and I think I like broke it. Or no, I didn't break it. There, that thing. That's light headwear, but it's yeah. I think. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's better. I don't know. Let's see what it does. It's a fire helm. Those boots are higher eye level. Let's just use those. I don't care, frankly. Yeah, look, I have a better epic chest piece here. How do I look now? Yeah, I look good. And then the pants don't look right. Can we hide the leg wear entirely? Yeah. Hide the leg wear. Yeah, and it shows some skin and stuff. I look awesome. I got like a cool white cloak that flows around. Cool. Look at the white cloak. Look at the white cloak. I like the cloak. The cloak looks so cool. So yeah, that was a nicer version. What else do I have? I guess I'll improve my eye level a little bit. I'm 755. Yeah, that's all the upgrades. Or I'm sorry, that's not all the upgrades, but let's see. 750 boots. I'm gonna get my diamonds out. How much does that weigh? It's like 10 pounds. I don't know. That's worth it to me. I'll just carry them around. It's fine. So now we got 2 new pieces. I'm gonna update my my gear sets. Very good. Okay, and then we're gonna put diamonds in the new gear. $729 amulet. Oh right, but I have I have a legendary amulet. I forgot about this. So let's upgrade this first to 790. That put my gear score up 4 points, but I mean, yeah, this is a good thing to upgrade first. Yeah, fortify. Cool. Yeah, this Damon Soul thing. That's everything, right? Yeah, I think so. Yep. So, yes, and then maybe I have better gloves with a slot. Maybe, let's see. No. But that's all right. Eve. look like a priest now because I'm a healer in ECR. Oh, I didn't see it, but the UI messed up there, and I'm gonna fix it. Okay, so inventory. So if I'm like if I'm full, okay, and then my XP bar, which honestly I usually like would prefer like right down here. Yep, and we'll just bump it up slightly. Yep. Seems better. Okay, and then the action bar can go over here. Save. Okay, show me. Yep, perfect. Yep, perfect. Oh, well, yeah, that's fine. I thought I heard my cat. I'm just gonna check. I don't think I did, but... Oops. Now I'm not hearing the UI at all.
Child stars like Leonardo DiCaprio, the Olsen twins, and Drew Barrymore all made ginormous splashes on not just the small screen, but the big screen.
This will get me DMCA, huh? You know, I don't stream to YouTube, so I suppose it doesn't matter. They'll just block my shit. They'll just block me. They'll just block anything that I can't.
So we can have the media that we have today. Now, while we detailed many of their stories here already, one child star rose leaps and bounds above the rest. Just as the 1980s were coming to a close, a 10-year-old Macaulay Culkin would be taken from the back of a poor, broken-down community theater and put on a multi-million-dollar set for a multi-million-dollar picture. When the movie Uncle Buck and subsequently Home Alone were seen by the world, they would take the entertainment industry by storm and would make Macaulay Culkin a
He really
household
was Bart
name.
Simpson.
No child would reach the heights Macaulay would reach.
Nah, nobody ever did. Maybe Corey Haim.
Paid over $8 million per film, amassing a large fortune, thus creating a golden era of film and entertainment. With his newfound success, a 10-year-old Macaulay would wander into the dark world of Hollywood as a bona fide superstar, rubbing shoulders with adult celebrities when he was barely in double digits. Working day in and day out, Macaulay would be turned into a working machine, generating numbers in the multi-millions, not for him to keep, but for his parents instead. A young Macaulay wasn't just a child to to his parents anymore. He turned into an economy, thus creating one of the most notorious stage dads to ever grace Hollywood Boulevard. Here, Macaulay's star would rise higher than anyone before him, creating a lonely emptiness at the top, where the only person a 10-year-old Macaulay Culkin felt he could trust was the 33-year-old king of pop, Michael Jackson.
Oh
But as the
my
years went
God,
on,
that's what
Macaulay was
happened. I
growing
forgot
up.
too.
His
I forgot.
opportunities were drying up, and he would
Yeah.
find himself slowly recluding from the public eye till he would emerge completely unrecognizable. Hi, I'm Jake.
And I'm Shelby.
Welcome to a very special episode of Deep Dive, where me and Shelby are going to chronicle the life and career of the most prolific child actor of the 20th century, and just how his parents used him for every cent.
No, I think that's
he
River
earned. Then
Phoenix.
We're going to dive deep into the aftermath of his fame.
Corey
where he
Haim and
disappeared to,
then
into the life
Macaulay.
he was able to salvage from the ruins his family left him in. The story of Macaulay Culkin is a tragic one.
Not Corey
Filled with
Haim, but
overlooked children,
Corey
exploited
Corey
parents,
Feldman,
and some
whatever,
of the
which I
biggest
get them all mixed
celebrities
up.
on the planet. So grab a
Why is
snack
Michael
and a
Jackson
breakfast,
doing
'cause
that?
The submarine is going deeper than we've ever gone before, as me and Shelby explore the life and career of Macaulay Culkin.
Yeah, Michael Jackson came up immediately. I wonder what it was. Macaulay went from Home Alone to Party Monster.
Before we dive into the twisted world of
Macaulay went from Home Alone to Party Monster. I don't know if you go. I think Party Monster is probably my favorite film. Maybe it's hard. It's just well done. It's a well done movie. It has all of my favorite stars in it. It's so good, and it's it's interesting. It's an interesting bit about drugs and being gonzo and being a club kid and a raver kid, and they were all gay, but I'm not gay or whatever. But I definitely did the same exact scene they did. I'm one of the few straight kids in the rave scene in Denver and shit. But it is what it is. But I love Party Monster, and it's weird because I grew up Macaulay, I became Party Monster, and he did too, and I can relate. And it's weird. Party Monster really changed me. A friend of mine's girlfriend's sister, they were like twin sisters. They had me over one night. They were just like, come over to her house. And I was like, oh my God, am I going to have a threesome with these two hot girls? It was insane. And they were just like, no, just come over to her house. And they just wanted to show me a movie. And they were like, look, just come over and watch this movie. And I was like, they got me high. I was just sitting there. And I watched this whole movie, like, Party Monster. And I realized that I had gone from Home Alone to Party Monster, like Macaulay. I see a lot in similarities, except for, I think Macaulay's full-blown gay, maybe. I can't remember. Or his brother. No, that's his brother, Kieran McCulkin's gay, I think, but I don't know if Macaulay is or not. I think Macaulay's straight. I think he got married. I don't
Macaulay
know.
Culkin.
I remember that there was a Sonic Youth video, and I love Sonic Youth. I really love Sonic Youth. They're so fucking good. I kind of want to hear them now, but it's a Monday. I would like to hear a Sonic Youth album, and I can do that. I can pause the stream. I've only got 45 minutes, so I can do that. I'm just going to pause the stream for 45 minutes. Pause the record. So I unpaused after about 3.5 minutes. I just went and watched the Sonic Youth video called Sunday, where Macaulay had his wedding, and it's cool.
We want to take a moment to thank the sponsor of this episode of Deep Dive, Misplay. If you're a Deep Dive regular, then you know I am obsessed with mobile gaming, specifically merge games. I spend so much time playing that I might as well get rewarded to do so. That's
You
what
are
makes
lying.
Misplay so amazing.
Or maybe
They're
you
the
aren't.
leading loyalty
I
app that
hope you're
rewards you
lying.
with gift cards for simply downloading and playing games through the Misplay app. For those of us who love mobile gaming, this is the perfect way to help cover the daily coffee run or an ever-growing Amazon wish list. Plus, it's such a cool way to discover new games. Misplay offers a huge catalog across different genres like adventure, action, word, strategy, puzzles, and so much more. My personal favorite game that I've downloaded from the Misplay app is Merge Cooking Theme Restaurant. The best part is that I'm racking up points while playing a game I love. Basically, how it works is the more you play, the more points you earn. You can then redeem your points for gift cards from your favorite brands like Amazon or Visa. So if you want to start getting rewarded for discovering and playing mobile games, use our link misplay.com/deep dive.
Wow, there's like
or
weird weather
click
in the
into
desert that
description
isn't
box
on
to
the
download
private server.
Misplay
It's
for
cool.
free. You will get 200 bonus points for signing up today. Use our code DEEPDIVE50 inside the app to get an
Your
additional
skill has
50
increased.
free points, which will help towards redeeming your first gift card. Thank you again to Misplay for sponsoring us and allowing us to continue to make the
Your
content
skill
that
has
we love.
increased.
Now, to begin this story, we're going to have to take it back to the 1970s in the hustling, bustling streets of New York City. Christopher, also known as Kit, and Patricia Culkin appeared to be like any other ordinary married couple living in New York City. While Kit had been a stage actor in the 60s, he was now working as a taxi driver. And Patricia, his wife, worked as a phone operator. They started expanding their family in 1976, welcoming their first child into the world. Then another, and then another. By 1989, Pat and Kit had a total of 7 children. They wouldn't know it yet, but their third eldest child, named Macaulay Carson Culkin, would be transformed into a bona fide cultural icon. The Culkin family may have been living in the most expensive city in America, and with 7 kids to feed, it was really rough on them financially. Kit would land a job as a stage manager for a local Catholic church in the Upper East Side. The new job didn't pay very well, but at the very least, it meant the kids could go to school at the church for free. The entire Culkin family lived in a nearby railroad-style apartment. It was basically just a long hallway. There were no separating doors and had such little space that 5 kids would share one bunk bed, with Kit and Patricia working day in and day out just to make ends barely meet. A woman who lived in the same apartment building worked as a stage manager at Ensemble Studio Theater. At the time, she was working on an off-Broadway play, and they were in need of a child around the age of 6. She remembered the large Culkin family living in her building, and figured one of those kids could be perfect for the role. Kit Culkin, as a former stage actor, had always encouraged his kids to act. So when the neighbor actually approached him, asking if one of his kids would like to audition, it was an immediate yes. Macaulay was the Culkin child who fit the description of the role absolutely perfectly, and was cast after meeting with Billy Hopkins, the casting director. Billy remembered those humble beginnings, stating in an interview that the Culkin family were so poor, he had to use his own personal money to get Macaulay to and from rehearsals. He also recalled how Macaulay would climb under the bleachers at the theater, looking for change that may have fallen out of people's pockets. No one could have predicted at the time that the Off-Broadway play would be the beginning.
I like that story. That's something I would do.
Career in the as they had discovered who would soon be the most famous child on the face of the planet.
That's how they discovered him. He was crawling under the bleachers.
In 1987, Macaulay made his debut on the New York stage in the demented domestic comedy After School Special. Macaulay Culkin would completely steal the show, as the audience was completely blown away watching this cute, charismatic 6-year-old with perfect comedic timing. But it was the critics in the audience for the New York Post and the New York Times who would launch Macaulay into the national spotlight when they praised his performance in the papers. This was the first ever chatter to form around a young
My Girl
Macaulay
was
Culkin,
so
and
good.
it would prove to be
And it had my
instrumental in
favorite
his
Hollywood
career.
actress,
Macaulay
Claire
was now on the
Danes.
radar of casting directors across the
I even
country.
like Terminator
Because of
3.
all
I think
the
Terminator
buzz,
3
both
is a
of his
great
parents
film.
took the leap and
I mean, it's not a
completely
great
quit
film, excuse me.
both of
It's a
their
great
jobs
film
to become
in the
his
Terminator
manager.
series.
This
I think
way, they
it
could get a
did
piece
continue
of
the series well
financial
enough.
action, as well as scraping percentages off of their own child's earnings, and even using his jobs to completely support their entire family.
It's weird, like my generation grew up on Edward Furlong and Terminator 2, and then I think by the time Terminator 3 hit, they knew that we all wanted to fuck Claire Danes, and she was like the most desired female that in my generation's like eyes. So they just cast Claire Danes in Terminator 3. And so ever since then, I've loved Terminator 3 because I like Claire Danes. I think she actually really performs in it pretty well. I think she acted her heart out, and I think she was actually a really good action movie star. I won't lie. I've always thought of that. I've always thought she was that ranged, you know?
Adult burden his parents had once carried with them was now being projected onto a little Macaulay Culkin, and it didn't take long before the roles started pouring in. In 1988, Macaulay was in an episode of The Equalizer. Then he had his film debut in Rocket Gibraltar. But it was in 1989 when his career would really start to take off. Macaulay was cast in a movie titled See You in the Morning with Drew Barrymore and Farrah Fawcett, which, by the way, I already have an entire deep dive all about the life and career of Drew Barrymore. So be sure to check that one out. It's definitely not one you want to miss. Shortly after scoring this movie with Farrah Fawcett and Drew Barrymore, Macaulay shortly after scored his big break in the movie Uncle Buck, alongside the late comedic genius John Candy.
Where do you live?
In the city.
Do you have a house?
Apartment.
On a rent?
Rent.
What do you do for a living?
Lots of things.
Where's your office?
I don't have one.
How come?
I don't need one.
Where's your wife?
Don't have one.
He's like the male Christina Ricci.
How come?
It's an even longer story.
Are you my dad's brother?
What's your record for consecutive questions asked?
38.
I'm your dad's brother, all right.
You have much more hair on your nose than my dad.
How nice of you to notice.
Macaulay's performance of Miles
How
Russell
nice of you to
in Uncle
notice.
Buck is where his star quality really showed, proving at just 9 years old that he could hold his own and stand out next to a comedian like John Candy. John Hughes, the writer and director of Uncle Buck, was in the process of writing another film called Home Alone. He and his family had gone on vacation where he thought to himself, what would happen if I accidentally left one of the kids at home? And what if that kid had the dry, witty, adult-like sense of humor similar to Macaulay Culkin?
We were going to go on vacation, and it hit me just a couple hours before we did. What if I left one of my kids behind and flew somewhere and couldn't get back? You know, how would he deal with it?
Did you write it especially for Macaulay?
He was in the back of my mind. I had just finished Uncle Buck and had a wonderful experience with him there. He was a great deal of fun to work with, and I think that was in the back of my mind. So as soon as I finished it and Chris read it and agreed to direct it, we contacted Mac. He looked at a bunch of kids. It was his decision and Chris's decision, and he picked Mac over all the other kids. It wasn't close.
Now, despite Home Alone's main character, Kevin McAllister, being inspired entirely after Macaulay Culkin's real life, Chris Columbus, the director, did go on to audition hundreds of other kids, as he wasn't entirely sure if Macaulay was old enough to handle being the lead role of a very large feature film. Macaulay, however, was fully prepared to prove himself and show that there was no other kid who could perform the role of Kevin McAllister just like him. He had a photographic-like memory when it came to film scripts. He could memorize pages and pages worth of dialogue at a time. So he did just that for his Home Alone audition, and he absolutely blew John Hughes and Chris Columbus out of the water. They knew right then and there that they had their Kevin. Kit Culkin was even able to negotiate to score a role in the movie for Macaulay's younger brother, Kieran Culkin.
The Kevin character, I thought it really had to be cast well. It had to be somebody that you believe could take care of himself. You were afraid for him.
This is the furnace. It's the scariest thing in the basement. You should see what it does to me.
With the wrong kid, it could have been an obnoxious child. So you needed somebody that was just totally endearing.
Kevin, I'm on the phone.
No, we're not bringing the dog.
You can't open the... Hey, get off. Kevin, out of the room.
Hang up the phone and make me, why don't you?
Well, Macaulay's involvement came from John Hughes. He had been in Uncle Buck. And John said to us, look, you may not want to cast Mac, but take a look at him, meet him, and let's, see what you think.
I wanted to find this perfect kid to be in Home Alone, and I didn't want to resort to using Macaulay, who was in Uncle Buck. I thought, I want to find someone on my own.
John Hughes suggested me for the part.
Macaulay!
And, Chris wanted, he met with me early on, but he also wanted to meet with other people. He just didn't want to just take the first thing that was in front of him.
Guys, I'm eating junk and watching rubbish. You better come out and stop me.
After meeting 400 other kids, I realized that there was no one as special or as unique or as talented as Macaulay. The camera loved him. He just was infinitely relatable to people all over the world. Little did I realize until I started shooting the film that not only did he have it for that film, but he truly was a certified movie star.
Macaulay's become a great actor, I think. His recent work is really tremendous. As a 9-year-old
phenomenal
boy, how good an actor can you be? So he had a beautiful face, he had a great sense of comedy, and he had a great teacher in Chris also.
Chris was very, very good with me. He knew how to get me to do the things that he wanted me to do, to tell the story that he wanted to tell. And that's what it was all about, is just making sure that Chris was happy. You always want to make a director happy, and, especially when you're a kid, even more so. I'm not sure if there's anyone else in the business who can really get performances out of children the way he can.
He always knew his lines. He was always a professional, always prepared. At the same time, he was a 9-year-old kid. So at any given moment, he would have to become a kid because you don't have that sense of responsibility that you have as an adult. But you know, as a kid, you get tired sometimes. You tend to get distracted. You tend to laugh. You tend to have fun. And that was all part of what made his performance so special.
What happened to my room?
Heather, Tracy, and Sandra took it.
This house is so full of people. It makes me sick. When I grow up and get married, I'm living alone.
We're almost there.
I think he even liked to do their jobs if he could.
Me and Chris decided that we would use a dolly shot.
Yeah, what should I do here?
Do a dolly shot.
You think so?
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you think really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what about after this?
I'm not sure.
What about a close-up?
Good idea.
Okay. Should I do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Someone got the really genius idea of putting a camera in a 9-year-old's hands. But it's interesting to see my point of view that I don't even remember. I don't remember any of this stuff. You know, they just kind of put a camera in my hands and I just shot away.
Is it true that you are in the hit movie Home Alone? Yes, it is true, Macaulay. And there's one thing that I have to say.
I like Kieran just as much.
In about 15 years, that they will still be showing this movie because the style of it is gonna still be in fashion.
He was right. He was right. At 7, he was right. He knew. It will still be in fashion. And it was for like 20 years. It was in fashion, yeah.
You know, Joe goes.
It still is on some channels.
It just, he ripped it. And I think, he just meant to put his teeth on my finger, but he bit down a little harder than he thought. And I have a little Joe Pesci tooth mark scar on my finger.
Home Alone would be released to domestic box offices in the United States on November 16, 1990, and the film was an instant hit, becoming the most successful comedy ever made for the time, grossing $476.7 million worldwide. Home Alone became the third most successful movie of all time, just after Star Wars.
Because of people like me,
is still the third
my interest always pulls.
Very day, and is still considered the Christmas classic. Overnight, Macaulay Culkin's face would become a pop culture icon, being transformed into the most recognizable face of the 1990s and young Hollywood, period. His celebrity would be immediately catapulted further than any child before him, as Macaulay had become more than a celebrity. He had become an icon.
How does it feel to have the #1 movie in the country?
It's great.
You're a hot property at the moment, aren't you?
Yeah.
I read in the papers, $1 million for your next movie.
Wow.
He's taking it well, isn't he? You're taking it well. Now, you'd accept that move. What would you do with all that money? $1 million.
Buy myself a license. And then...
A license to what?
To drive.
To drive, yep. Yeah, I really don't like being stuck in the car with my parents. Yep.
And I'd buy myself a Porsche, you know.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good answer.
It's a lot of money. I mean, do you get to see any of the money that you've been making?
No, actually, all I have to do is sign the check and...
Don't tell me your mother takes it.
No, my mom takes it to the bank.
Oh, does she? That's what she tells you. Yeah.
That's what she tells you.
As Macaulay was being catapulted into stardom, his childhood was simultaneously being ripped away from him. Little Mac was getting recognized absolutely everywhere and had virtually no privacy. If he wanted to go out to an arcade like most kids in the 90s, he would have to try and disguise himself, but most of the time that wouldn't even work. So he would sadly end up locking himself away at home.
Man, he
never
got to me
socializing with
fast.
his peers or making friends his own age.
One time I wore a ski mask and I was walking down the street, you know, this guy goes, I heard him just whispering, "Is that the kid from Home Alone?" I'm like, wearing a ski mask. Boy, you know, I better get my plans. I better get a facelift or something, you know.
Now, Macaulay would have a highly criticized friendship with a mega superstar who also connected with the isolation brought on by childhood fame. The King of Pop, aka Michael Jackson, watched Home Alone, loved the movie, and asked one of his employees to call up the Culkin family to invite them to Neverland Ranch. And then 26-year-old
What?
Michael and 11-year-old Macaulay would become instant best friends.
I remember this made
Now,
headlines
their family
too.
spend their
It's
days
like, why
at
is
the
this little
Neverland
boy
Ranch,
hanging out with
and
Michael
Michael would
Jackson?
even
It's
take
weird.
them out on vacations.
Knowing Macaulay Culkin, he made sure he schemed on me. He told me to go up on the diving board, and I went up there like a nut.
Your skill has increased.
He pushed him.
Your skill
I'll
has
kill you.
increased.
I was a peerless person. You know, I was like, yeah, like nobody else in my Catholic school even had like this much idea of what I was going through. You know, or what I, and like he was the kind of person who'd like, yeah, been through the exact same freaking thing and wanted to make sure that like I wasn't alone in that kind of.
Mac is the most reckless driver. Oh my god.
Your skill has increased.
You almost killed.
Michael would even put Macaulay in his music video for the multi-platinum hit song Black or White, which would only make Mac even more famous on a global scale. The Neverland Ranch seemed to be an escape from not only the public eye, but also from Macaulay's home life, as his father was growing increasingly more abusive. Kit Culkin was seeing the dollar signs and was ready to exploit his son as much as child labor laws would allow. Home Alone had paid out roughly $110,000, which meant Kit Culkin received.
Okay, now I'm gonna have to go pause the YouTube to go watch this. I'm sorry. Let's go watch Michael Jackson video. I'm terribly sorry. So there we go. A little trip back to the the late 80s, about 1990s, somewhere around there.
Around 15% of that. But a management fee of $16,500 was not enough to support a family in New York, even in the 90s. So that meant Macaulay needed to immediately get back to work. The next major film Macaulay would star in was My Girl, where he would be highly praised for showing what a dynamic actor he was.
My Girl, different kind of role for you, certainly different from Home Alone.
Was Claire Danes your first kiss? God damn it, I'm jealous of you. Hello? 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 I don't hear you. Hello? Yeah, I'm there. Can you hear me? Okay, I'll be right there. Okay, so gonna stop here and I'm gonna come back to it. Thank you guys. This is probably the last bit of New World I'll do today, but oh well, maybe I'll do the queue. I'll do the queue later and I'll just watch videos or whatever. So yeah, we're about to run the river and yeah, I'm gonna log out here and give the spot to somebody else because I know that I'm gonna be gone too long. There we go, and I will leave this here. That's fine, and we will. Yep, we're inside where we're safe. I got good LP. Gonna Okay, so I will go to dinner. Oh yes, I will pause the video here. I'm sorry, I forgot about that part. Hi guys, I'm back. I had dinner with the family and it's been about an hour. I'm dead. Goblin.
To participate in a game.
Kitty. Yeah, brow. Brow. Yeah, you want to come see me? No? Oh, fine. You're loud, kitty.
Say so about whether or not you would do the role or you let other people decide that?
Well, I have a little bit, but it's mostly up to my mom and dad.
But when you found out about the movie and the role you'd play and everything, you said, okay, or?
Yeah, why not?
Macaulay was truly working nonstop, from PR runs, interviews, and even being the second youngest person to host SNL. You would think SNL would be a dream come true for a young comedic genius, but for Macaulay, it just meant getting threatened by his father. Kit didn't just expect Mac to work, but expected absolute perfection, telling his then 11-year-old child that he will physically harm him if he uses the cue cards provided by SNL.
Hi, from New York. It's Saturday night.
Macaulay Culkin.
Lauren? Harley? I made them all disappear.
By the end of 1991, Macaulay was already on the set of Home Alone 2. This time, however, Kit had negotiated for a much higher salary of $4.5 million, in turn earning himself over $500,000 in
Which is
management
like
fees.
$40 million
It was actually
today.
during the filming for the second Home Alone movie where Kit would become notorious for his extreme aggression, earning himself the title of Hollywood Dad from Hell.
You hear about stage moms? Kit was a stage dad. He had this horrible reputation for coming into any project his kids were working on and trying to get control of the situation.
Macaulay Culkin's stage father from hell was
Hey,
becoming
kitty.
so difficult and disruptive that Hollywood began backing away from Mac. Up until 1993, Macaulay had consistently played sympathetic characters.
Hi, kitty.
Kit wanted to change that.
Kit wanted Macaulay to be in The Good Son, and he wanted Macaulay to play the bad son in The Good Son because he thought it would really open up more doors for him in Hollywood. He thought he'd get more serious roles, and he thought it would help Macaulay transition from a child actor who did silly stunts in Home Alone to an actor who could really, really act.
In The Good Son, he went to them and said that if they didn't cast Macaulay as the bad kid, then Macaulay wasn't going to be in Home Alone 2.
I know my father was very good at breaking people's spirits and holding them down. And he did that to all of us, including my mother.
Your father was described as the father from hell.
Oh, yes. I remember that. I remember him sitting on the phone screaming his head off at God knows who. And I mean, that was a daily thing. And it was just the way my father was, so I just kind of accepted it. I mean, you have to remember that I was only 9, 10, 11, 12. I had no control over it.
What was he like with you?
He was the same way on the phone with these people in Los Angeles as he was with me and the rest of my family. It's very weird, because I know whatever I say about him, he's going to try to contradict everything I say. But, you know, yes, he was very hard on me. He would deny me certain things in my life that I enjoyed. Like if he felt I wasn't trying hard enough or something like that, he wouldn't let me play basketball, even though I liked doing it. My brother and me slept on the couch. We didn't even have our own bedroom. I mean, I was making, forget about how much money I was making, but I was sleeping on the couch. And
yeah, I have a serious issue with baby boomers. I don't know what it is, but I don't like them.
If one really wants to complain about him as an outsider, it might be that he made you do film after film after film.
I mean, I had no say. I've done 14 films. I've never read one of the scripts, not one of them. And I had a basic idea of what it was about, but I wouldn't actually know what it was until I actually go to the